Good evening. This meeting of the Board of Education for January 21st, 2014 is called to order. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to everyone present and to our television viewers. All items that will be voted on this evening have been posted as required by state law. This meeting is being televised live and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the board website for replay times. This meeting is also being streamed live on our website and will be available archived on the board website for future reference. At this time, we'll have our public comment. Ms. Houston, do we have folks signed up for public comment?
Yes, we have 6. Our first 2 speakers are Aaron Smurl and Zoe Ledoux.
Great. As you're coming up to the speakers table, I'll just remind folks of the instructions for public comment. I'd like to thank you both, all 6 of you that are signed up, very much for taking the time to come to our board meeting. We really value public input, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and concerns. Our responsibility as a board lies in actively listening and reflecting on the thoughts and opinions of others. Guidelines for public input emphasize respect and consideration when referring to board members, staff, and other presenters. The board will not respond to any comments or questions at this time, but the board or staff will follow up on various issues that are raised. Please make sure that you have left your contact information, either phone number or email, on the sign-up sheet so we can get a hold of you if there's some follow-up for it. Pursuant to Board Policy 1.70.012, speakers may offer objective criticism of district operations and programs, but the board will not hear complaints concerning individual district personnel. Any complaints about specific employees should be directed to the superintendent's office and will not be heard in this forum. You have a total of 3 minutes to share your comments. Please begin by stating your name and spelling your last name for the record. During the first 2 minutes of your testimony, a green light will appear on that table right in front of you. When you have 1 minute remaining, a yellow light will appear, and when your time is up, a red light will appear and a little buzzer will sound, and at that time we ask that you respectfully wrap up your comments. Again, thank you both for being here, and we look forward to hearing from you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Zoe Ledoux, L-A-D-U, and I'm frustrated with the school board, with the district, and with the quality of my education. I am sick of my education being treated as a commodity. My intelligence is not for profit. Throughout negotiations, the district has only wanted to focus on aspects of the contract with a price tag. Do you really want the quality of the next generation to be based on a business deal? I see money leaving my schools through the hands of people who claim to represent the students. If the PPS district really represents us, why are they not listening to what we have to say? And why do we have to push so hard to have our voices heard? Tell me why people who supposedly care for our schools are funneling money out and away from them. When our education is based on the profit of others, we all lose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aaron Smurl, S-M-I-R-L. You might be wondering why Director Buell has a peanut butter jar and the photo of a young woman on his nameplate. Here's why. At Beverly Cleary Elementary School, there is a first grader who has a life-threatening nut allergy complicated by asthma. If, for instance, he came in contact with peanut butter, he could die. What makes this a special problem is that Beverly Cleary is a crowded K-1 school with no cafeteria, and hence the children sometimes eat in their rooms or even in the hall. The staff and the parents at the school have been very cooperative in making sure they don't bring nut products into the school. After all, this is not a matter of a tummy ache or a few hives, it's a matter of life and death. And they understand that and have responded accordingly. So, where's the problem? The problem is that PPS Nutrition Department continues to send peanut butter and jelly sandwiches to Beverly Cleary as a staple for children who have forgotten their lunch that day. And while they have put some controls on where these sandwiches are supposed to go, any teacher can tell you how easily a mistake can be made in a crowded classroom of first graders. And a mistake in this case could be a disaster. Steve has tried to appeal to the administration for 3 months to have the district make a minor adjustment for sending in a different type of sandwich to the handful of children that this affects. He has appealed to the nutrition department, the superintendent, the district lawyer, and tried to bring a motion to the school board which would make Beverly Cleary a peanut-free school, similar to many schools across the country. The school board has gone as far as to not allow him to even make the motion. So, who's the young woman in the photo? She was a student in Elk Ridge School District in Sacramento who, during a summer camp, bit into a Rice Krispie treat and died. The Sacramento School District immediately held an emergency meeting and declared their 39 elementary schools to be nut-free. So tonight, Steve is going to try again to bring a motion at the end of the meeting which would designate Beverly Cleary at Holyrood as a nut-free school and thus stop PPS from sending in time bomb peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. This creates kind of a minefield for this little first grader who we're told sometimes cries himself to sleep because he's afraid he'll die at school. So the main person whose vote is needed to override the chairman's refusal to allow the motion and to vote on this motion is Matt Morton. We are appealing, or I'm appealing to Matt, to make a decision as if this child was someone he knew. We don't expect Pam Knowles, Greg Belisle, or Ruth Adkins to support having this mother, to support having a mother of this child not suffering through this child's death. But we think Matt has it in him and would understand why. So please, Matt, we're asking for your vote to help support this motion, and thank you.
Ms. Houston?
Our next two speakers are Kate Barnes and Sakai Edwards.
Hi,
Hi.
my name is Kate Barnes, that's Barnes, and I believe in youth. We sitting here before you, we are the next generation to lead this world. It saddens me that as young people, there are so many limits and stereotypes placed upon us. People think that we are immature and that we're impulsive. We cannot be trusted because we don't have the experience of the older generation. Our opinions are disregarded for lack of wisdom, and our good decisions are retributed to other parties. I've heard countless comments calling us simply the pawns of the teachers for what we did last Monday. Why is it so unbelievable that youth would want to fight for our own education? In an interview with K2 last week, I was asked why I cared so much. A reporter said, "You're 15. Why are you so invested in the fights of your teachers?" I'm 16, for one. For another, why wouldn't I be? Last week at a meeting of all the Portland unions, an IWW member said this. He said, "Students and teachers have a symbiotic relationship." And he's absolutely right. As has been said time and time again in this campaign, the teachers' working conditions are our learning conditions. That's why I'm demanding a voice in this fight. That's what I told the K2 reporter. Why wouldn't I care? So I believe in youth. I believe in a greatly educated youth who can harness all the rash potential that we hold. I believe in an education that will teach me how to think rather than what to think. I'm sick and tired of sitting in classes of 30 people being taught right out of the textbook so that I can master the test that is based on the textbook. I just want to learn. I want to talk about what I'm learning, and I want to hear what my classmates think about what they're learning. I'm done having teachers who teach almost every period of the day so that they can't grade my test, and they can't give me proper feedback on my papers. I want what the PAT is fighting for, not because I'm a pawn of my teachers, but because I respect my teachers. They spend every day with me in those classrooms, and I believe that teachers have an innate quality to care about the students that they're teaching. I believe that my teachers want me to harness my youth, and they want me to harness it now. Young people are special because we aren't afraid to make change. We're different from older people because we haven't quite accepted the way that the world is. I believe in the power of a fighting youth who sees only the way that things can get better. And I think I speak on behalf of many of my students when I say that we won't stop fighting in this battle either. I see a better education in my future, and I will fight for the changes that I dream of. And the changes start here with smaller class sizes and with more accessible teachers. Thank you very much.
My name is Sakai Edwards, Sekaiedwards. I attend Jefferson High School, but I've been a part of Jefferson High School since I was born. As the daughter of a Jefferson High School teacher of the arts, I have watched Jefferson fall from its glory days. I have watched as the arts have been ripped to shreds and the community destroyed. But this was not a sad accident or due to poor leadership. This was due to the racism that plagues the public educational system. You sit here in front of me with my education in your hands, and instead of effecting positive and meaningful change, you are pawns of corporations making money off of standardized tests that will only help expand the pipeline of blacks from the failing educational system to the failing correctional systems. I do not see fair and equal schools like I was promised. At one point in my life, I believed that I was going to be treated as equal. In the beginning years of preschool, before society got its hands on us and turned us into racist and prejudiced human beings, we believed that we were all equal. And we believe this because it is true. But as we grew up, these fairy tale notions disappeared. The first elementary school I attended was amazing. We were taught 2 languages, and our classrooms were beautiful, and playgrounds clean, and libraries always stocked. This was a white majority school. But soon my mother realized that I was becoming aware that I was the only African American student, and she switched me to another school. This school was diverse, with black and white families. However, most of the white families were gentrifying the neighborhood and removing black families from their homes they had lived in for years. But hey, home values were going up. But this still majority black school had far more kids in their classrooms than at my first school. The teachers had less help. The families worked many jobs, and the 5th graders walked their 1st grade sisters and brothers home. At my other school, the white mothers and fathers who could work part-time or not at all would sit down after school and hand out organic snacks to their children, while these kids caught the bus home and walked home. I was 8 years old and in the 3rd grade when I realized that this educational system is not equal. So how long will it take you to realize it? It does not take a rocket scientist to see that the school closures are racially motivated, that schools with majority black students are underfunded and overlooked. I am from Jefferson High School, and we are dependent on our school for survival. But I would like to ask, which one of you speaks for our struggles? Or does our voice no longer matter? Which one of you is looking out for the needs of black students? Which one of you can speak to the experience of a black child growing up in an educational system that says you are a failure from the day that you walk into your kindergarten classroom? Which one of you has the voice in how Common Core will affect the African American community and what it means to our education? That's right, none of you can. You can speak to the rich, white, elitist kids, and guess what? They are succeeding. But before you look me in the eye and tell me that you are making the best decisions for me, that you know what is right for me, well, I am not a statistic or a test score. I am not a bubble fill-out sheet. I am not just another student. I am not just another black student. I am a representative of the very students you continue to fail. And we will not stay quiet anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan.
Our last 2 speakers are Elijah Cetus and Jasmine Pierce.
Yeah, I'm Elijah Cetus, C-E-T-A-S. So I was asked to write this today, so I apologize on everyone's behalf if I'm less eloquent, than those amazing speakers who just went before me. So I just wanted to say a short thing. I wanted to stress that you as a school board are elected, and that you are elected by the community, and as evident by last week, the community has spoken. And so it's your job to represent the needs of the community and to stand up for the benefit of the community. And to do that, if economics are really a problem, as the argument is, to do that, you need to start pushing upwards, because we've been pushed down. And already we have very little say in our education, and you all have a huge amount of say. And if economics are the problem, you need to say that, and we all need to work together with all of you to push upwards and to start getting more money in our school so that we can talk about the things we want to talk about, so that these things do not become permissive. Yeah, okay, what else do I have? Because when this struggle is over, however it turns out in these next months or weeks, we're going to be facing the exact same problems years from now if we don't start pushing up. And I don't know how you're going to do that, but I think the first step is to agree that we're all on the same page and to agree that these are the same problems we want to change. And so I urge you to settle with a fair contract. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jasmine. I go to Cleveland, and I want to say thank you for listening to us today. But last Monday, the majority of you decided to ignore the students and not listen to us, to ignore a list of demands that Portland Student Union compiled. So I'm going to ask the students to join me in a mic check. Number 1, class size is less than 20.
Class size is less than 20.
Number 2, proper funding of the arts.
Proper funding of the arts.
More time with guidance counselors.
More time with guidance counselors.
Student-teacher collaboration in building curriculum.
Student-teacher collaboration in building curriculum.
Rich, relevant curriculum, not Common Core.
Rich, relevant curriculum, not Common Core.
Democratic process in the allocation of funds.
Democratic process in the allocation of funds.
Restorative justice, not suspension and expulsions.
Restorative justice, not suspension and expulsion.
Funding for wraparound programs.
Funding for wraparound programs.
Support for all of our wonderful teachers.
Support for all of our wonderful teachers.
No school closures.
And no school closures.
And I want to say this is our education.
This is
And-
our...
And there should be no compromise.
Thank you. Just want to say a double thank you again to all the students that come out. It's always really enjoyable to hear what you have to say, so we really appreciate your coming to share your perspective. At this time, we are going to hear from Gwen Sullivan, the president of PAT, Portland Association of Teachers. Ms. Sullivan, welcome. Our contract with Portland Association of Teachers allows them to have a few minutes on our agenda. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, my name is Gwen Sullivan, and I'm the president of Portland Association of Teachers. I'm here to talk to you this evening about trust. All of the issues in our schools, one of the most important is the need to reduce, not maintain, but reduce class size, student loads at every level. Our classrooms are too crowded for teachers and students, or for teachers to teach and students to learn. For weeks and months, we have heard that this board shares these same concerns about class size, but could not maintain a class size reduction in an ongoing way. Now we learn that this is simply not true. The budget documents that you have in front of you are prepared by your own budget staff, outlining a proposed budget amendment that you'll be voting on later next week. These documents reveal that the district has approximately $30 million at your disposal, money that the current budget, which most of the public had no idea was there. The district's contingency fund will now increase to $34 million, which is millions more than necessary. That's a lot to stash in a rainy day fund at a time when it's clearly raining very hard on the schools without much of an umbrella. In the past, the board's failure to provide meaningful class size reduction was troubling. But now it's astonishing. Your own budget document shows that you are sitting on a budget surplus, planning to overfund contingency, and are looking forward to financial stability in the coming years. It is crystal clear that you can afford to reduce class size and student loads, yet at this point, you simply refuse to do so. I have nearly 3,000 angry and hurt educators and thousands of parents and community members who really want to know why. I, for one, cannot begin to fathom the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to ask Superintendent Smith to walk us through. I know that we've all been eagerly awaiting and interested in what's going on with negotiations. We've asked her to come with an update after the talks last week. So Superintendent Smith?
Thank you very much. So as most of you are well aware, we have been in mediation for 16 days, 13 of those days since December 5th. These have included 13, 15, and even a 21-hour day. During the 21-hour mediation session on January 6th and 7th, we were working on frameworks for settlement and believed we were close. And I want to be clear, PPS remains committed to reaching a negotiated contract settlement that is best for students. The school district mediation proposal that was developed within the settlement framework addresses the areas the association identified as critical for a settlement. Those were workload relief, and we spent a lot of time working on figuring out what that actually meant and how it could be quantifiable in the context of a contract, understanding that much of it would also be addressed as part of a budgeting process. Secondly, maintaining current level of district contribution for health care benefits, which was the other critical issue identified as necessary to reach a settlement. The district mediation proposal remains on the table. We've received questions about the district's mediation proposal, and the key elements of that proposal are as follows. You'll see up above, salary over 3 years of the contract would be steps plus 2% per year over 3 years. This equals a 7 to 17% increase for every teacher over the life of the contract. An additional 1% for 2 additional days added to the school year. On insurance, we are proposing in our mediation proposal to leave it at status quo, which means the district maintains current share of insurance premiums at 93% or $1,397 per month. Professional educators would also maintain their current share at 7%, which is about $117 per month. Our hiring practices would be one round of an internal transfer process as part of spring staffing and using the state definition of competence when making layoff and transfer decisions. Workload relief, and there was much conversation about how to do workload relief inside the context of the contract. The proposal says that we would direct 100%, so all of the $7.8 million of the pro rata share from the special session to hire more professional educators for the 2014-15 school year, which would be approximately 88 FTE, or full-time equivalent. And again, I stress that this is part of what would be part of the contract. Additional conversations about staffing occur as part of the budget process, which are at the front end of. Student loads would be reduced to 2010 levels by the year 2016-17. And there would be a joint committee to define workload and address workload concerns that could be raised by individual classroom teachers. Student instructional days, The mediation proposal adds 2 instructional days to the school calendar for K through 8 students, 3 instructional days for high school students, and allows for the continuation of the 8-period high school schedule and meets Oregon Department of Education course hour requirements. So that's the proposal that's on the table, remains on the table, and I would just again state that PPS remains committed to reaching a negotiated contract settlement that's best for students. And that's really to clear up the questions we've been getting of people saying we don't really understand what the district, what that proposal is. So there you go.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is the discussion on ED specifications Phase 2. Our Office of School Modernization is currently in Phase 2 of a process to envision the future educational facilities and develop education standards and specifications for all district school buildings. Superintendent Smith, can you introduce this item?
I'd like to introduce CJ Sylvester, who's our Chief Operating Officer, and let you introduce the rest of the presenters.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'm pleased to be here this evening with another step in our process to fully modernize our school buildings. Your last actions were in September when you approved the district-wide facilities vision, and in December when you approved master plans for Franklin and Roosevelt high schools. Tonight, our project manager, Paul Cathcart, and consulting architect, John Weeks, will talk to you about our comprehensive high school education specifications. It has been a privilege for all of us to work with Portland's own John Weeks. John has extensive national and international experience in K-12 education design and brings a deep passion and understanding about Portland, our students, and community. He has served on the leadership board of the American Institute of Architects Committee on Architecture for Education in Washington, D.C., assisting 70,000 AIA members with current, emerging, and future trends in educational planning and design. His school designs and related projects have earned the highest available awards from both design and educational organizations. He has worked tirelessly to analyze, evaluate, and create educational programs that tackle the complex needs of today's schools and create a framework for our school district as it moves forward. So at this time, I'd like Paul Cathcart and John Weeks to come to the podium.
Good evening, I'm Paul Cathcart with Facilities and Asset Management, and we have a brief presentation for you. Let me find that here. Thank you for having us this evening. Again, I'm Paul Cathcart with Facilities and Asset Management, and John Weeks, as introduced by CJ. So we're going to give you a brief overview of the work on education specifications for comprehensive high schools, and I believe we'll be back next week to consider adoption of what's before you this evening. So as a brief refresher, ED specs, as we'll refer to them this evening, were identified as a future step for implementation of the district's long-range facility plan that was completed in May of 2011 and was the basis of a lot of our bond work currently. ED specs are not blueprints or designs for individual schools, but rather they are a set of facility guidelines for design teams that establish the way school buildings support programs and curriculum and provide baseline facilities across the district that allow flexibility to meet program needs of individual schools. As a specific school approaches significant modernization, the ED specs are tailored through a master planning process, which we have 2 schools into right now, to suit that individual school and its program and community needs through staff and student and community engagement with design professionals. District-wide ED specs are being undertaken in a couple phases. We're in phase 2 now. The first phase was the education facility vision, which John and I presented to you and you adopted last September. now the education specifications by current school configuration, high school, middle school, PK8 and PK5. In September, we also presented a draft area program for comprehensive high schools, and since that presentation, the EdSpec project team, in consultation with project teams for Franklin and Roosevelt High School, have developed more of a baseline model for the comprehensive schools that provides a range of sizes for many spaces and identifies a number of optional spaces individual schools can pursue to meet their program needs as they get into master planning. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John for a little bit here.
Thank you, Paul. So the EdSpec process provides an opportunity for the school district for the first time in probably over 50 years, maybe 100 years, to take a look at its facilities in a fresh new way. It is fair to say that the school district has over time built schools, but there has been a large gap in time since the last time you did that in any meaningful and systemic way across the school district. And much has changed during that time. It has changed in the way our neighborhoods have been made. It has changed in the way our children learn. And most importantly, it has changed because of the way teachers teach and the kinds of tools and support they need from a facility to make their lives easier and more effective for what they do every day. So over the summer, and building off of the visioning process, we gathered teachers and administrators from the high school buildings to have a conversation about what Portland Public Schools buildings should be in the future, drawing on that which they had learned in the past or had learned from the buildings which had been built hundreds of years ago, it seems, but at least 50. But from that information, we really focused on what is it that Portland Public Schools needs from its facilities to be effective places for kids to learn and teachers to teach in the decades and decades to come. And so we engaged in those conversations about the character, the components, the feel of a comprehensive high school. What should be in it? How should it work? And what are the most important characteristics you should see within them? The conversation centered around best practices as your teachers and administrators knew them, and how a modern school design, as we all have seen across the country, can respond to that input. And a lot of that information, if you're interested, is in the meeting notes that are in Appendix C of the document that you have. After the focus group meetings were complete, we took the time to analyze what the information had been received, and begin the process of developing two components, one an area program, that which describes the spaces that would go in the building, but more importantly, what the nature and shape of those spaces should be. That was not done in a vacuum. In fact, it drew on best practices in the industry, but most importantly, it drew in a collaborative relationship with the PPS's Office of Schools and Operations as we looked and we talked and we began to understand better at a deeper level what it is that schools in the decades to come in the decades forward should be. The EdSpec has two primary components to it. The first is area, for 1,500 students in this case. Area is the spaces necessary to hold program. The second component is planning principles and guidelines that go to shape what a comprehensive high school should be. That is, the things that across all high schools you would like to see as common characteristics within the high schools, and those things at each high school that can have its own flair or sense of place that grounds it in the neighborhood in which it resides. It describes the character and nature of the space, and while it's a great exercise to imagine what the future of schools will look like and function like, it also needs to be recognized that EdSpecs, regardless of where and how they are developed and implemented, are fundamentally designed to change, update, and modernize your schools in a systematic way in which all people feel that they've had a chance to participate, which we believe they have. So starting with the EdSpecs and going through the design process, it is fair to say that a lot has been learned. and a lot may change because of what we have learned compared to the older high schools that you have now. And if you look at the kind of the ideas that have emerged, they are implementable within the shells of the buildings you have, but they will be powerful reminders of what our schools can be as we go forward. The comprehensive high school or ed specs also outline components and functions. They are to your right. These are might be referred to as a major components of the building, and within each one of them, there are sub spaces and programs and functions that go to help support what the overall building is. And so those are for your review. They are at the very beginning of the document. And they are also, in this document, in the end, is used by the design professionals that you already have on board and will have on board as you go to remodel immediately Franklin and Roosevelt Grant in the next round, and the high schools that you choose to pick in the coming bonds that you may or may not propose to the public. It is a framework. It is a sense of what all high schools within Portland should have, but it is agile enough so that at each of the school levels you can spend the time necessary to ground what that school needs in the context of its neighborhood and grow a school that is not only part of a larger system, but unique to the place in which it resides. The ed spec also outlines performance requirements for the building. You'll look and there's lots of detail about what a floor might be in a window or a whiteboard, or how a door may lock or not lock, and whether there should be a sink or cabinetry, or what the myriad of equipment that would go into the room. It also goes to describe how the things that the school district and the teaching staff see they need to be doing in the future or want to be doing in the future. So one of those things is the idea of collaboration. The existing schools are in fact probably an impediment to a strong way for teachers to get together and team and collaborate and work together and learn and move forward. And so by example, the schools, the ed spec provides places that are professional in nature for the teaching staff, office open environments in which they can meet and grow and work together as the school moves forward in the coming decades. It goes to describe functions in the building that may be familiar to you, but actually are much more robust in their capabilities and characteristics. A theater at 500 that is almost professional in nature with all the key attributes and characteristics and equipment that you would have in a professional theater today and that you do not have in your theaters now, is something that is desired. It becomes an extraordinary place to learn the craft of drama or music or gathering or speaking or being part of a group of people coming together for an event. And in doing so, what it requires, though, is some shifting, as another idea within the conversations with the faculty and the administrative staff, that assembly now moves from an auditorium to a gym. And in fact, by doing so, you can actually get an entire school to meet as one group, particularly your larger high schools, whereas today you would still need to have 2 convocations or 2 assemblies, even in an auditorium, to allow that to happen. So it provides even a better way to make things happen.
Thanks, John. As I mentioned earlier, the ed spec provides some flexibility in sizes of some spaces, such as the gym or the theater or the black box theater, to allow individual schools to tailor these uses to their program needs. The ed spec also makes a number of spaces optional, such as the auxiliary gym or enhanced elective spaces, although we are maintaining a minimum of 6,000 square feet for CTE spaces, again, to allow each school to kind of judge what's important to them and allow build those spaces that their programs require. So our challenge has been in developing this district-wide specification to develop a document that adequately sizes spaces for modern learning while providing flexibility to modernize spaces in existing buildings and accommodate individual school program needs. So we're balancing a lot of things here. So what's before you tonight strives to balance the aspirations of the facilities vision document we talked about a few months ago, program principles we heard from teachers and administrators through our focus group meetings, and identify the realities of budget, building, and site constraints and program variations throughout the district by providing preferred and optional spaces that individual schools can choose from as they go through the master planning process. So our next steps are the adoption of the comprehensive high school ed specs, and then the completion of the ed specs for the remaining school configurations, again, middle and pre-K and pre-K-5 to bring to you later on this spring. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you both. Board discussion, comments?
Thank you very much, both of you. Appreciate your comments and your explanations. Enjoyed looking through the ed specs. I did have one area which I have had pretty consistently over our discussions about this that I'm concerned about, and that's career technical education again. And I have a couple of concerns, and mostly just questions that you don't have to answer for me tonight, but I would like to see some difference in the ed specs based on conversation. And that is, the first one is CTE, which tends to get lost in something called electives. And I don't really think that's what we want it to be. CTE, through our high school system design, I actually pulled out the resolution we had before, is part of our core program, and it's not an elective. And I think that until we start treating it like it's part of our core program and including it in our ed specs and all of our other conversations about CTE, it won't rise to the level where we actually are paying attention to it and putting adequate resources toward it and directing our students there and excuse me, helping our teachers. So I think that we need to shift where we see that in our documents to being part of our core and not an elective. So then the other piece of it has to do with almost exactly the same thing. We end up with, let me look through here. I'm looking on page 33 where it lists the area program and the summaries, and you see enhanced elective down below with CTE, not up in the core required programs. And then, again, just to note, we have 6,000 square feet for that enhanced elective if CTE happens to be the one. I'm not sure, because I don't think we've had adequate information presented to us about whether 6,000 square feet is really an adequate amount of square footage for CTE. We've seen, several of us have been out and seen other high schools, and they range everywhere from 16,000 square feet to 6,000 square feet. So there's a broad range, and I think it's difficult for us to designate just 6,000 square feet if in fact it is 6,000 square feet, because it's only an enhanced elective and it may not be 6,000 square feet, it may be 0 in our schools. My point is that we need to have better information about CTE options for our students and how much square footage those options require. And I'd love to see that someplace in this report, some information about that kind of thing. And I know that you've done a lot of work in this area, but I'm just not seeing it in the report. And I'm sure you've got the right at your fingertips. I would love to see some more information about it before I make any decision about whether I can support this document.
Director Noel, can I just ask what information different than what I see on page 44 and 45 of our book? I think what I just heard you ask for is information about which each enhanced elective or CTE or
Right.
STEM would require. is there something more than this that I'm,
Well, what I see on these 2 pages are specifics for each of these spaces, but, you know, if you'll notice that many of the things that are listed as enhanced electives take up 6,000 square feet, all on their own.
right?
And then there are a number of others that take up 2,500 square feet or 1,200 square feet. So I guess the issue for us, and it's partly for us as a board, is how important do we want CTE to actually be? And we talk about it, but I'd like to see us actually being more proactive and making sure that it's something that we keep in our schools. Over the last 20 years, we weren't here, but CTE was peeled away from all of our high schools. I'm not convinced that we will peel it back in unless we actually set it aside and say, this is important to us and this is important to our students. We have students who learn in this hands-on way. It's important for us to connect with our community and with industry for our students. It's important for us to have our students have the ability to go on to careers. All those things we need to have CTE in our schools, and I'm not convinced through these ed specs that we're giving it its just due.
So you're asking a question, I'm sorry, asking a question to us as a group, whether or not we should increase the amount dedicated to CTE.
I'd like more information about this, and I'd like us to talk about it some more.
Right.
We haven't talked about it very much.
Right.
I guess I read it a little differently. I mean, what I read was a minimum of 6,000 square feet. And in a bunch of the different, in many places throughout the specs, whether it was in the arts or other aspects of the program, there was sort of the minimum and then there was the preferred. So for example, you know, having a separate choir room rather than a combined band and choir would be preferred. So there were a number of places where the square footage could flex up or down, and obviously there's still going to have to be some bottom line total that we can afford and that will fit into our constrained spaces. So what I saw from this was a minimum of 6,000. Here's some options of these different possibilities that you could mix or match to be able to have a CTE program. Plus, if I understood right, the STEM spaces within classrooms, regular classrooms that would be connected in an integrated way. Plus the arts and the other pieces that we're not going to be able to get are preferred for everything, obviously. So I just saw this document as providing, like you said, a flexible and agile framework, but that there would have to be trade-offs, which I think we've talked about all along, and we haven't gotten to that point yet at the individual building level of saying, okay, we really want to have, you know, culinary and auto shop and something, but we also really wanted the black box space, and we want to have a separate choir room. So figuring out what that solution is going to be, that's going to be a tough trade-off. So that's how I read it. But I hear what you're saying.
I agree with you. There's the minimum and then there's preferred, but I don't even see minimum here. The 6,000 square feet, if you want to have a design space, that's it. And then the other, I don't know, 20 other things that might be in CTE, you don't get.
Unless they can be done in a classroom, which I thought some of them could be.
Some of them, but some
Yeah.
not. Again, I think it's partially the issue is our discussion and not having had an adequate discussion, which makes me nervous about approving something. I know that we have a time period within which we have to make decisions, but I'm not sure that I have the information that I need.
Okay. I want to make sure you get that information. That's why I was trying to figure out what more, or is it more the discussion about what our priorities are?
Right.
Both and. Yeah.
I guess I have a question. First of all, Director Knowles, I appreciate exactly what you're saying and support it. And so then the question is about the timeline. I mean, we have master plans that have been approved, and so we have these 2 high schools, and then we have this other document that is that the high schools have basically been planned from, but which is also going to provide the framework for future high schools. So what is the timeline for us approving this? Is there, so that we can have this discussion a little bit further, is there time for us to do that, or is it like we have to do it next meeting for a particular reason?
I believe the design teams we've had a lot of conversation with the design teams about this document and it's part of where the shifting and collaboration has happened with this document. So I know the design teams would very much like this document to be adopted, and the question about CTE has been wrestled with and continues to be wrestled with at each school, but we've kind of set the floor of 6,000 square feet, and each school can, in essence, buy up from there depending on what their program needs and desires are. But my understanding from the project teams is they would like this adopted as soon as the board feels able to do so.
It might help us to understand the ramifications of, because right now it's slated to come back to us next week. And it'd be interesting feedback from the design teams, I think, to know what happens if it's the next meeting or if it's the end of February, for example.
I know both teams are going into schematic design and are trying to set a baseline of what it is they're designing towards.
As you know, master plans for, CJ Sylvester, Chief Operating Officer for the school district. In December, you approved master plans for Franklin and Roosevelt high schools, and upon that approval, those designs entered the schematic design phase with both of those design teams. And so they are moving forward, and we have schedules currently for public workshops, for open houses, and for your approval of those schematic designs in April. So the way that Paul characterized it was very well done, which is as soon as the board feels it's in a position to be able to approve it. The design teams would have loved to have had this approved last September. We haven't been in a position to bring it forward because of all of the additional work that was needed on it in terms of the relation between the program elements, the desires of the visioning and the focus groups, and the budget and the site constraints. So the dynamic has been very complex, and it's taken us this long to be able to bring you something forward that reflects everyone's best thinking, including those two design teams.
Having served on the Roosevelt design team, it's very clear that the Roosevelt design team was told you have 6,000 square feet. So there was no discussion, to my recollection, about how much square footage there should be. We were pretty much told that. So I guess one of the questions I would have is, how did we come up with 6,000 square feet?
So the school district, except in some specific high schools, it does not have a very robust CTU program, as Director Knowles points it out. So you have a blank slate from which to work. In essence, you had a blank slate from which to build from. The question at the time was, well, what would the nature of CTE be in Portland Public Schools? And that was not well defined, as you noticed, because you're still discussing yourselves about what's the nature of it. Is it big CTE, small CTE? Does CTE happen in a graphics lab, which is attached to art? All of those kinds of questions were on the table. So the first thing we did was we took a look at all the possibilities that we knew within the Portland Public School system that could be classified as a potential CTE, both big CTEs and small CTE, or some career-related track, and identified what all those would be. The second thing we did is we took a look at programs that were around basically the Upper Willamette Valley, Southwest Washington, to see, for comparability. It is fair to say there are programs in which there's 16,000 square feet of CTE, but most of those are places that have one high school, or the CTE program for that particular school district resides at one high school. And so the question was, when you have a place that has multiple high schools, Portland being the one with practically the most, what are they doing in each of their areas? And that averaged. And so there were some that had none, and there were some that had 10,000 square feet, or thereabouts. And so it was an average of that. So and a conversation about the ability to build from there. and hence the preferred and the optional and the minimums. So that we weren't saying it was locked, we were just saying it's a place to start from, and that there are a tremendous amount of programs that you could do. No particular school would do them all, and they would only do a few, and we weren't certain what they would be. So you provided a bank, if you will, of space to draw from. And if that wasn't sufficient, you would build from that by having a discussion about all the other programs you wanted to have within the school. Hence, that's how the program was intended to be described. Was that clear? No.
So is it accurate in terms of process that the schematic design will be where the final decisions are made about whether we have a bigger theater or a smaller theater, what particular CTE spaces we would have, or whether we would have that extra gym, or whatever those trade-offs would be?
Excuse me. I think schematic design would be the primary place to do that. As you move further into design and narrow it down, your flexibility becomes less
more and more
less.
detailed.
Right.
But that would really be where that conversation and process would happen in terms of making those trade-off decisions of program and thus facility.
Right.
It might be, but I guess I want to encourage us that I feel like we keep raising these questions, and then it keeps becoming later and later in the process, and we say, well, we don't really have to decide now. So I hear a lot of interest in CTE, not a lot of clarification on how these numbers were developed, or satisfaction on that's the right size. So other folks who have other thoughts, let's stay with CTE at this point, or what information specifically are we looking for so that we can get to make that decision, so we don't keep a schematic design teams waiting?
So there's two things I'd say right off the bat. First is, in your presentation tonight, there was a slide that talked about optional spaces. And the two bullet points under optional spaces were an auxiliary gym and CTE. Now, I can tell you, having had kids in the only high school in Portland that only has one gym and no auxiliary gym, that it's a disaster for high school kids in terms of trying to support them in any kind of sports and after-school sports programs. You have kids who are expected to come to basketball practice at 6 a.m. or leave at 10 p.m. because there's only one gym is crazy. So I don't consider an auxiliary gym as an optional feature for a modern high school, and I certainly don't consider CTE as an optional feature. So just for fun, I want to read from the conclusion of a report that we were given tonight when we're talking about the Benson enrollment adjustment recommendations, because it's relevant. So the conclusion, when we're talking about lifting the cap for Benson tonight, which is our career technical education high school, there's 3 sentences. We know that Benson's unique, so we have a graduation rate in Portland Public Schools of 63%. Conclusion, we know that Benson's unique CTE-focused educational experience is successful, 81% graduation rate, and in high demand. That's the first sentence. Next sentence, another sentence. The district is currently updating plans to improve and increase access to CTE and CTE educational opportunities for Portland Public School students, with the vision of building the strongest career education programs in the region. And the next sentence is, continuing to support and build a strong Benson Polytechnic High School combined with improved unique CTE offerings in community high schools is identified as the essential factor in all of these plans. So I'm totally supportive of lifting the cap at Benson. I'm totally supportive of us making that, the state-of-the-art CTE high school in the region. But the whole idea in our high school redesign was to ensure that every single high school student in Portland Public Schools had access to a pretty rich career technical education opportunity. And even in these ed specs, it talks about that in terms of our learning environments. So the concern is 6,000 square feet. When I look at this on page 44, it looks like if we want to have a shop or maker space, that is 6,000 square feet. Everything else goes away unless you can put it into a regular classroom, is my assumption. I don't know if that's a true assumption or not, but that's what I'm sort of hearing. And even in terms of, STEM and engineering labs, I'm just not sure. I guess I'm not ready to settle or to make trade-offs. I want to make sure that when we are building these schools, what we have in mind first and foremost is to ensure that we have the absolute best educational and learning environment to make sure our kids can be successful and graduate ready for college and career. So that's the piece I'm not seeing yet.
So what would that look like to you? What information would need to come to help you?
I would need to understand what we actually are going to get for 6,000 square feet, because it doesn't look to me like we can have a shopper makerspace and some career pathways for our children. When it comes to 6,000 square feet, it seems impossible. And I haven't been convinced otherwise yet.
So I'd also add, what I would like is for us to stop referring to CTE as optional or elective.
Agreed.
It's core.
If I can make one clarification, the slide you referred to, Director Regan, talked about the auxiliary gym being optional to allow other spaces to be built or installed. And it was 6,000 square feet as a minimum, allowing the area program in pages 44 and 45 to kind of be assembled as each school sees fit. So if a 6,000 square foot shop is in conjunction with some other CTE space, some flexibility throughout the area program to allow that to happen. So again, trying to build off of budget and site constraints, allowing that flexibility. So that's why auxiliary gym was identified as an option.
So, which is why I asked the question earlier about the timeline, because I think we have two issues. First issue is, what are we going to build with the money that we have in this current bond? Another issue is, what should these ideal high schools look like? And in my mind, they ought to have an auxiliary gym, and they ought to have a state-of-the-art makerspace. And we shouldn't be faced with that trade-off. Well, today, we don't have the money to do it all. So that's what, as a board, we're grappling with. Going forward, we ought to go forward on a budget that allows us to do what we really need, as Director Reagan said. So where my head is as a board is looking at some creative options on how do we preserve the option if the money is available throughout this whole bond process for what we need today, and then be sure to include the larger specs going forward. What I don't want to do is take this ed spec document and narrow it down to the existing budget. I want an ed spec document that is true to what we need going forward.
But it also has to be used for what we are doing right now, and the money that we do have right now. So, I mean, I totally hear what you're saying in terms of wanting to be true to the vision of it. And I guess, again, when I saw those required and preferred options across the entire building, as well as the pieces in there that are just going to be there that we don't have right now, you know, dedicated space for wraparound services, better places for our teachers to collaborate and work, and so on and so forth. All those pieces in the modern building that we don't have right now. I guess, you know, again, what I got out of this is we're going to have to make the trade-offs, and that there's flexibility in here. And I mean, I still think we need to do a lot more to try to clarify. I feel like we're narrowing when we say career technical education. Again, I think I totally agree with you, Director Knowles, that we haven't. It's just sort of flopping around there without being nailed down as to what are we doing, what does it mean, what does it look like, what would a program look like, and that might be helpful just for everybody really to talk about what would that pathway look like, or what would the range of the combination of I'm seeing from this document be the core courses and classrooms plus some combination of what you call the enhanced electives, and we can change the name if that,
These
you
are
know.
not all CTE.
And I guess one of my biggest concerns, though, as we bring this up, is we not lose, because sometimes what happens is a piece of, every time we have these discussions, when we have limited resources, one concern comes up, we really need this is really important. Everyone says, yeah, that's really important, and we agree, it is really important. But then the other pieces get lost, and they're what get sacrificed. So for me, reading through it, it would be, for example, the arts. Oh my gosh, how tragic if we didn't have, I mean, when you go to the suburban theaters and they have a regular theater, a black box space, and practice rooms, rehearsal rooms. Oh my God, the things that the kids in Westland and those other places have that our kids need, and that we would be able to get out of this. I'm just worried because there are, again, we do have the limited budget and space. I just want to make sure that when we're making the trade-offs, we're looking at all the pieces here and not just one piece that, albeit important, is not the whole story for our students and what we're trying to give them in these buildings.
Director Beal?
Yeah, thank you, Director Knowles and Director Reagan, for making your statements on that. I'm certainly in agreement. I had two questions and this one that Bobby just brought up about, we have auxiliary gyms in all three schools at this point?
Don't believe we do.
In the plan that we have coming forward, we have auxiliary gyms in all three. We have an auxiliary gym at.
Right.
We've done two master plans, one for Franklin and one for Roosevelt.
Right. I mean, in the two. I'm thinking ahead though.
Right.
We've got auxiliary gyms in both, and they're going to stay there. Okay, good. And the only question that people keep asking me that is, are we forcing teachers? Are we building the number of classrooms different than what we have now and forcing teachers out of their classrooms during their prep periods? Is that how we're building the gym? Building the schools for that? Are we forcing the teachers out of their classrooms for their prep periods?
What the ed spec that's before you tonight, it lays out the teacher work areas for that, to allow the collaboration and professional development that John talked about.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
Sure.
For some reason, my ears are plugged up tonight. I don't know what the deal is. Getting older, I guess.
The ed spec has teacher work areas identified as something that would be part of the overall program for a school. How that works out at individual schools is going to be a case-by-case basis. It's going to be dependent on number of students, number of teachers, and scheduling. But the planning time for teachers in a teacher work area would be in that area and have the potential of some of the core classrooms being shared by teachers.
What does the potential of some of the core classrooms mean? Does that mean every day you can't get in your classroom, or does that mean that 10% of them are shared? I'm sure we've done those figures, right? You got a certain number of teachers and based on a certain number of students. I mean, we know that information pretty good, at least in a minimum. So, and then we put in a certain number of rooms, and then you extrapolate from there. And my understanding is that possibly those prep periods aren't available in your room. Now, I don't know if that's the case or not. That's why I'm asking the question, and I just kind of, people keep asking me that question. I thought, well, I better ask that one. I taught 40 years, and there was a couple of years that I was forced out of my room during my prep period, and it was hard. I had one guy who was a pretty good guy who let me come in and sit and use my computer, because I got my computer that I'm putting in right there on my desk. And so it makes it very, very difficult to have that situation. I was just wondering, what were our ed specs? Are our ed specs that were doing that? Is there a certain percentage of teachers that are being forced out? How did our figures come out when we figured that in? Was it different for the two different schools, or?
Again, the situation will be different school by school, but it's the core classrooms, English, math, some of the humanities, the kind of general classroom that's best suited for having more than one teacher work in that space. The teacher work areas would have a desk for all the staff, would have opportunities for conferencing and perhaps kitchen areas as well. In our conversations through the focus groups, Again, we brought forward from the high school system design, there's a lot of mention for professional development of staff and opportunities to collaborate, so we brought that idea forward. Our focus group meetings thought that was a positive idea, and we brought it forward in the document.
Do something like if I go out of my classroom and I'm forced out of my classroom and can't be in there during my prep period, and I go into a shared space. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I go into that, thank you. If I go into that shared space, I now have a computer in that shared space?
Yes.
Is that purchased where? Is that purchased from the bond? I mean, because I've got a computer in my room and I got the screen and I can do stuff on the computer back and forth. I might even have one of those fancy boards that the superintendent has upstairs. It's a good one, where you can change things around. So if I go into the shared space, I can't put up my bulletin boards and stuff without maybe disrupting the other class, but it's guaranteed that there will be a computer there that is mine. And I have one in my classroom that is mine also. So I got it in both places so I can actually go work, because if the computer's sitting back in my classroom, it's not gonna help me when I go into the shared space. And if the computer's in the shared space that I'm using with a lot of my lesson plans and stuff on it, it's not gonna help me when I'm in the classroom. So I have to have two. Is there two?
That's the intent.
No, but I mean, what I'm talking about is that I've got access under all circumstances, both in my classroom and in the other area
Yes,
also.
that's the intent, yes.
Okay.
Actually, the intent is that teachers have laptops, and it's not required then that you have two desktop computers. You have a laptop that goes with you.
So if you've got, then that laptop works fine for everything that you need at your desk and
That's
in
correct.
deal, and we're guaranteeing that those teachers have all those laptops down the line for the next 50 years?
Well, you know, on a budget-to-budget year, that we're not capable of guaranteeing anything for 50 years.
People have moved past laptops in
And
50 years.
so, well, that's right. In 50 years, it certainly won't be laptops. I mean, technology changes quickly too. So, but what you're talking about is at the time when the building opens, as teachers are moving between their classroom and their office area, they've got a laptop with them where they've got access to the student information system, to their curriculum materials, to anything that they've got on their computer. It moves with them.
Okay. And we're guaranteeing that.
Yes, we have to provide technology to the teachers.
We're guaranteeing that no one's going to come back to me and write me a note next year that says, I don't have what I need to shift from my classroom to my,
Schools won't be done next year.
well, whenever.
Yeah, and just, I don't know if it's at all helpful, but when, recall on the tour we went toured some high schools up in the Seattle area back, before we tried the first time to get the bond, yeah. But we saw some of these collaborative spaces, and it was really cool to see where teachers could have their desk, and I think and they had a little kitchen area, and it was a meeting space so that they could, the teams, I think it was by subject in this particular school, and I'm looking at you, Bob, because I'm trying to remember that we were on that tour, but so that students could have, there could be, office hours there were team meetings, professional development, all those other pieces. So anyway, it was, from what we saw in that tour and what we heard, it was actually a pretty exciting and a great model, so.
So what's the percent, we are guaranteeing that, that's wonderful to know that. And what's the percentage of people that are being forced out of their rooms into those areas?
Actually, all of the teachers will have teacher office space and access to the collaborative work area. So if your question is what percentage of teachers are not going to have their class 100% of the time, I don't have that.
Classroom.
I don't have that number in front of me.
Did we look at that though?
Yes, we have. We're running schedules, different kinds of schedules, different options on schedules to see how many people are impacted and in what ways. We can bring more of that information back to you Monday night if you would like.
Maybe send it to me on the computer, so I would know that.
No problem.
I don't even have it.
It might be nice to have John Weeks be able to talk a little bit about what he's seen in other schools that he has designed and he's collaborated with who have had teacher work areas, if you're interested in hearing that.
Love to.
So the characteristics that you see in a contemporary high school, not only around here but across the nation, are similar to what are in part what you saw when you went to see the high schools in Seattle and what you mentioned, Director Atkins. Today in the high school environment, there's a lot of investment in creating professional work environments for teachers. And that it is an open office environment, systems furniture that you would see in an office in downtown Portland, with all the technology tools and communication tools at the desk for the teacher, and the capability for them to move between their desk and a peer's desk next to them, to talk, work together, to collaborate, which is the big word that is all part of what you're trying to create and have agreed to create in the schools. You're not alone. Schools across the country are doing that all the time and providing that space. When that happens, at first teachers, or not at first, but generally the teachers leave their classroom to go there to do that. That you see them there in the morning before classes start, you see them there at their break and their prep time, and you see them there after school. And then while they're using a teaching station, a classroom, obviously they're in that classroom. So it does open up the opportunity for the use of that classroom for others. And to your question, Director Buell, and I don't know what that percentage is of the program. That's an easy thing to try and figure out. But the genesis was the conversations that grew out of visioning, and then ultimately looking at the systems redesign, and then more importantly having those summer workshops with teachers and saying, what is it you need and how do you need it and where does that best happen for you? And hence that's how the office environment was created. And it's consistent with what you see your peers, both in urban and suburban environments here and elsewhere across the country, providing today.
So this is consistent with teacher feedback that you've gotten, is what you, just to reiterate what you said?
When the teachers we met with, that's what we heard.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
but I want to actually shift to another topic.
Can I
Yeah.
finish my
Yeah.
question then?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
I'm
you
going to
bet.
move my mic, which is always broken, I guess. So we went to teachers in Roosevelt, we'll say, and we asked them, you have two choices. One, you get your room all the time, or you have a section, area where you can go and collaborate. And their answer was, we'd rather have the section where we collaborate. What was the vote?
That was not the nature of the conversation. That was not the nature of the conversation.
It wasn't
an either or.
We never asked one or the other? Well, if we asked them, what would they have come up with, you think, on that? You don't know, how would you know? I don't know.
So the focus group meetings this summer, we invited teachers to participate. We had 3 meetings, had a variety of teachers from a variety of schools come. And part of the first conversation was the idea of professional development and how do you best do that. And we had teachers comment that they don't really have the chance in their current layout of high schools to talk with their peers or talk about students specifically, and brought forward this idea, and they thought it was a good idea. So the question was never laid out either or. It was how do we provide that space to do so, and brought forth the idea that, as John said, is being used in many other districts of teacher work areas. So that was the nature of the conversation.
Did we have we sit down in a staff meeting with the whole Roosevelt staff and talk about this and see what they had to say, and said, say whatever you want here, you can say whatever you want, what is it you would rather have? Did we ever do anything?
We did not
Okay.
go to
I was
staff
just
meetings.
curious.
Yep.
I thought maybe we had, and
Again, it
evidently
was
we didn't. Okay. There is and I'm not directing this at you, I'm directing this to people in the audience and also my colleagues on the board, not you, but the principal of the year in Oregon, who is the only guy in the focus priority schools in Oregon who's actually up towards the top, the only one in the middle school in the whole state of Oregon. The first thing he did when he became a principal was to cut the collaboration time down. I just think it's interesting to have that to do with that. Thank you. Go ahead, Tom. I'm sorry. Cut in on you there, Tom.
Okay. So switching gears, and John, you mentioned the theater. And I was just curious. I was at a holiday choir celebration at Cleveland High School this December, and there were over 1,000 people there. And I don't know what the current theaters at Franklin and so there were parents and students and alumni coming back who sang, and so that caught me because then I'd been looking through the ed specs and I realized, okay, well now we're going to do these things at 500. So can you walk me through the thought process on how that accommodates such an activity? It was a great activity and full of community spirit and.
Yeah. So the issue of what is the nature of theater and what should it be in the high schools going forward was started with the conversation about what are the existing theaters and how are they being used. And it was fair to say that there are some high schools that have large theaters that are, can fill them, Grant being one, Cleveland being another. But there are a lot of high schools that have large theaters that they get 300 or 200 or 500 or 400 people in them, and that's a good night. And that was talked about. And so there was a disparity, clearly, between some high schools and other high schools. Those that are less full have a really rough time making that theater experience feel worthwhile. As you can imagine, it's like sitting in an empty movie theater by yourself on a Sunday morning, watching the movie. And
That sounds good to me personally, being an introvert.
Yeah. It does to me too. So then the question became, well, what makes for a good theater and music experience? And from the drama side, 1,000 seats is an awful hard thing to make work well. And from the music side, if you have a very robust program, you can run a number of shows or a number of concerts, and they felt that was better. But more importantly, what it became was, what is a good potential teaching station also? And a theater of 1,000, you could not afford to buy all the kinds of equipment and attributes that go into it to even make it a theater that would work well, but more importantly, a good teaching environment. And when I say teaching environment, teaching around the drama, arts, music, the programs that would use it, not a teaching station like a lecture hall or something like that. And so looking around and looking at what other school districts have done and what the trend seems to be, one of those is that the smaller theater at around 500 represented a threshold at which that became real possibility, that you could begin to put all the other equipment and capabilities into that space to make it a really truly well done place. The second thing was about money, because when it comes to, for example, scripts, there's cutoffs, if you will, in terms of what it costs to rent your scripts. And so the number presented was about 500. And then when you go above that, then all it becomes more and more expensive to rent the scripts. And this happens to be for drama. So that was a piece. It certainly wasn't a driver, but it's a piece that, there's operational concerns when you get really large. The third thing was, we have assemblies which have nothing to do with drama or, music or anything. It's just all school events coming in and a rally or whatever, or a special speaker. But at a school of 1,700 or a school of 1,500, none of the theaters would hold the whole school anyway. So the question became, well, where then, if you had that, an all-school event, would it be better to have the all-school, everybody present? And where can you really do that? And that became the gym. And that it has to be acoustically attuned to allow that to happen. You know, there needs to be special care so you don't have a big rattly box. And so the ed spec says, you know, let's be careful about how we tune this thing up acoustically to provide for a decent place to assemble. And that the 500 becomes a place on average across the school district that is a workable and a robust teaching area for drama and arts.
Okay. Right.
That was the thinking that got everybody to where they got.
Appreciate that.
And in the summer, the drama and arts were really well represented.
Other comments, thoughts about ed specifications? Yep.
So just a general clarification question. Have design teams begun to choose some of these specific programs at Franklin and Roosevelt?
By specific programs, are you referring to
Such as
electives?
like,
or?
you know, robotics, shop, sports medicine, those kinds of things?
I don't know the answer to that question. I can get back to you on that. But
Okay.
What I can tell you is that the design team, which is, really the architectural team working with staff and with the design advisory groups, are having conversations now through the design advisory group meetings about the nature and extent of the program offerings for each of the schools. So it is currently occurring in public meetings.
Okay, so at this point, do you feel like any of the teams feel restricted by the space issues, 6,000 square feet? Are you getting that impression?
I think there are a number of restrictions on the space issues that are not limited to CTEs of enhanced electives, is how I would characterize it. I think between the site and the budget that we have limitations, period. And that affects not only our CTE and enhanced electives, but other areas of the program as well.
Great, thanks.
Other comments? Great. Well, thank you. I guess my only thought before we go is related to what I think you just ended with, CJ, is as you can hear, our high schools are beloved places, whether it's gyms so that students don't have to be there at 5 in the morning to practice or leave at 11 o'clock at night, or whether or not teachers want their own classroom so they can create the environment that's best for their teaching, whether it's CTE or the arts. There's a finite amount of space, a finite amount of dollars, and I appreciate folks continuing to look at this to make sure that what we do build is right for our community, that it doesn't limit us so that we say, oh, sorry, we forgot about that, or we missed something. At the same time, looking for creative options to figuring out how do we make sure that as we go through this, we can be ready for a next phase or another step if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Director Bile, I would also say that it's so exciting that we have this opportunity at all. And as grumpy as we sound sometime, I think it's important to know that we're grumping about incredible new opportunities for our kids and community. So
Even just reading about there's going to be a dedicated washer and dryer for drama. Hello, oh my gosh. And practice rooms.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Actual office dedicated space for our partners who provide wraparound services. It's awesome.
This time, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is the 2012-13 budget amendment. Superintendent Smith, can you introduce this item?
Yeah, and I want to thank the Ed Specs team as you're wrapping up.
Yes.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Paul. Okay, our next item is looking at our first budget amendment, and I'm introducing Deputy CFO David Wind and Assistant Budget Director Sarah Bottomley to do the presentation. Walk us through.
Thank you, Superintendent Smith. Co-chairs, board members, we're here to cover two things. The first budget amendment for the 2013-14 budget. We'll be following that up with a review of a forecast for the 14-15 school year. These are separate topics, but they are somewhat connected as will become apparent, I think. So just a quick refresher. You have a staff report attached to which is a draft resolution and a whole set of tables for the budget amendment, which we hope you will be voting on at your next meeting. There's a couple of other attachments to that, and we'll summarize that material for you. So just in terms of budget process, we operate under the adopted budget, which you adopted in June until we make changes to that. And as part of that budget adoption, you appropriated dollars under that budget in some broad categories like instruction, support, etc., in a number of funds, including the general fund. We're going to talk mostly about the general fund tonight. And we are, under budget law, we're allowed to amend that budget under certain circumstances. And every year around this time, we do what we call a full balancing budget amendment, which is, which I'll talk about a little bit more. Just want to remind people, a budget is an accumulation of estimates and forecasts. At any point in time, we do our best to get clear what we think the numbers were going to be, and then we revise those over time. So the full balancing budget amendment is us truing up both resources and requirements. Resources and requirements is budget speak for the revenue side of the equation and the expenditure side of the equation. We're doing that in response to the 12-13 audit, which confirms for us what the numbers were for last year. We have a better sense of property taxes now, and we have a better sense for our likely expenditures during the current year. So during this budget, in this budget amendment on the resources side, there are three primary things that we're doing. We're recasting our beginning fund balance to correspond to where we ended up last year. We're increasing local option revenue, and we are proposing to eliminate a transfer into the general fund from a PERS reserve fund. And on the requirements side, we are truing the budget up for lower forecast PERS expenses, lower average salaries, and therefore corresponding benefits in schools, and increasing expenditures in a number of ways that we'll describe. And I didn't realize how topical this was going to be before I came to the meeting tonight, funding a transfer into an IT capital fund for the purchase of technology bundles for teachers in 2/3 of our classrooms. So more about that later. But specifically, we're going to start by talking about the ending fund balance, which becomes the beginning fund balance.
So the 13-14 beginning fund balance is increased in this amendment by $16.3 million to match the 12-13 ending fund balance in the CAFR. A number of factors contributed to this increase. We appear to have reached an inflection point in local option revenue. Until last year, we'd been experiencing increasing levels of compression. That trend appears to have bottomed out, and we received $1 million more in 12-13 than estimated. PERS expenses were $1.5 million lower than estimated. The rates for the employees on OPSERP are lower than those on Tier 1, Tier 2. And as the mix of employees on Tier 1 and Tier 2 versus OPSERP shifted more rapidly than expected when we budgeted. We received $1.2 million in federal E-rate reimbursements, which weren't budgeted because they're from the part of the program where reimbursements are notoriously unpredictable in timing and also inconsistent. Utility savings from the boiler burner upgrades were even better than expected. We saved an additional $1.4 million there. So those factors account for about $5 million of the ending fund balance variance. The remaining $11 million represents about 2.5% of the budgeted expenditures, and it's attributable to factors like central office vacancies and cost control measures. We've mentioned the apparent unwinding of compression of the local option revenue. As the housing market starts to come back, the difference between the tax assessed value and the real market value increases, which reduces compression. And this is a property by property calculation, so it's difficult to project. In November, we received information from the counties on the taxes that were imposed. We then apply a collection rate to those numbers based on a 6-year average of collections. Based on that information, we're increasing our local option revenue and other revenue from local sources by $5.2 million in this amendment. This amendment also includes
elimination of a transfer of $1.9 million from the PERS Rate Stabilization Reserve Fund. Given the additional beginning fund balance, it makes sense to conserve this money until the 15-17 biennium, when the rates will next be revised. And in terms of truing up the requirements side, two factors have an increase across many departments and reduced requirements for 13-14. PERS expenditures are reduced by $2.6 million from the adopted budget. At adopted, we had estimated the impact of the PERS reforms, which reduced the level of the PERS rate increases. So rates still increased, but not as much. We received revised rates from PERS over the summer, which were confirmed in the fall. Also, average teacher salary is another area where we seem to have hit an inflection point. During the years we were in cut mode, we were seeing salaries increasingly concentrated towards the higher end of the schedule. As we start to hire back teachers, we are seeing a shift here. As part of the fall balancing process, we true up personnel costs for actual salary placement on a position-by-position basis. In this way, we capture the impact of retirements, new hires, and increases for professional growth. As a result of that process this year, personnel costs in the schools are now budgeted $3.9 million lower than at adopted. So it's not a reduction in the positions, it's simply truing up for salary placement.
So normally the full balancing budget amendment is not considered by the board until December or January, as we find ourselves this year. This year, the superintendent acted earlier in order to have an immediate impact on schools throughout the 2013-14 school year. You will recall in early October, once it became clear that the higher than expected beginning fund balance was evident, the superintendent announced a number of budget steps that amounted to about $6.5 million in additional expenditures for the current school year. First of these was the addition of 30 FTE in school staffing. Normally during the budget process, there's a portion of school staffing that is set aside to deal with enrollment fluctuations during the fall. This year, as the budget was being completed, the board directed the superintendent to push all of that set-aside staffing out into high schools in order to improve high school staffing. That left us with no set-aside for the fall, and you may recall we talked at the time about the fact that we're going to have to do something in the fall, and how we were going to do that would depend on our resources at the time. As I said earlier, back in October, we identified that we did have additional funds available, which allowed us to fund those 30 FTE in schools, which is indeed what we did. In addition to those positions, we added a half-time classified position in 68 schools, all schools but high schools. We added $900,000 to the athletics budget, which allowed us to hire part-time trainers at high schools, reinstate the payment for third-tier coaches, increase funding for transportation, and start to make a beginning modest investment to support programs at middle grades to improve feeder patterns at high schools. In addition to that, the last thing, there's a small amount of money in that budget which is to support athletic activities in middle grades because the new athletic director had identified a real disparity in participation levels between and among high schools. We have 2 grants through the Oregon Department of Education. One was to increase PE teacher staffing in 10 Title I schools. That required matching funds. And in addition, we renewed a new teacher mentor grant through ODE, which also required matching funds. We increased the funding for career coordinators in high schools. In the adopted budget, the funding was adequate for a part-time position. We increased that funding to cover a full-time position, and also added $150,000 to establish funding to pay for support for grading of essential skills work samples and other activities to support students graduating on time. And finally, we added an arts TOSA, an arts teacher on special assignment, which is a position we have not had for some time, to provide support to teachers, in part in response to the additional staffing created by the city arts income tax. Also, increasing expenditures during this amendment are a number of things that we did not talk about in October. There is a new housing development in the Wilson cluster, Stevens Creek Crossing, which is expected to bring additional number of students in a number of schools. And so we've provided for up to 6 FTE in schools in the Wilson cluster in response to those additional students. We're proposing to restore the ombudsman position to improve responsiveness to parent and community concerns. We are increasing funding for restorative justice programs to respond proactively to student discipline issues. Interestingly, heard that as one of the student concerns identified earlier. There's some money for high school acceleration strategies at Madison, Franklin, and Roosevelt high schools. Additional funding for information technology. They have a number of maintenance contracts on software and other systems, and these renew each year with built-in cost escalation, and there is an additional $100,000 needed to meet all of those costs. We're adding 3 positions in central departments. One is a paralegal in the legal department. There's a program manager in the Office of Schools to help support the work of the high school action team, and a position in the research and evaluation department focused in particular on student discipline and student services. And then the remaining funds are to address technical corrections and rebalancing adjustments across a whole variety of departments. In total, between the adopted budget and this amendment, we're adding 89 FTE in schools and school supports. The budget amendment identifies revised appropriation levels for instruction and support services. These budget categories are defined by the Oregon Department of Education. We have to follow their categorization of expenditures. There is some movement in this amendment of funds between instruction and instructional support. That happens every year at this time. Instructional support includes positions like counselors and librarians. During the adoption of the budget, the default allocation of funding in school staffing is to instruction. As individual schools make decisions about hiring, if they add a counselor or a librarian, then money in the budget has to flow from instruction to instructional support. You will see in terms of the sort of formal appropriation categories, we added almost 45 FTE in instruction. The budget impact of that is more than offset by the reduction in average salaries and the lower than forecast PERS rates that you heard described by Sarah earlier. So the net result, the total appropriation for instruction is reduced by $2 million to $276.8 million. At the same time, student instructional support is increased by $3.3 million because the 44 FTE added there are only partly offset by the reduction in average salaries and PERS costs. The final thing that you can see in terms of increases, other than the contingency, which I'll mention in just a minute, is we're proposing to transfer $3.5 million from the general fund to the IT Systems Project Fund, and that is to finance the cost of completing the Teacher Tech Bundles program, whereby all PPS classrooms are equipped with enhanced teacher technology that includes a laptop, a data projector, document camera, speakers, cable locks, and a cart. And when I wrote this, I didn't realize how timely that was going to be either, but Director Buell, whilst we can't guarantee anything for 50 years, this amendment does provide the funding. Those teacher tech bundles have been rolled out to about 1/3 of Portland classrooms, and we've been struggling to find the financing source to complete that. This budget amendment allows us to do that.
50 days, maybe? Give a guarantee for 50 days?
It'll cover us for a few years. And in budget, in public education budgeting, a few years seems like an awful long time. Under this budget amendment, contingency is increased by $14 million to $34.2 million, which is 7.4% of total expenditures. Total expenditures and transfers exceed total revenue by about $3 million in the budget. In the budget amendment, you can see there are changes to a whole bunch of other funds other than the general fund. In the vast majority of those, I'll come back to that. In the vast majority of those, what we're doing is truing up the beginning fund balance. In some of the capital funds, we do this, we know we're going to have this every year because we appropriate money for capital projects, and it's notoriously difficult for staff to know when over the summer that work is going to be completed. The fiscal year end is June 30th, and so there's always some rollover there. I did want to call your attention to one or some of the data that we had in there, which is summarized in this chart. This actually shows our budget by those major ODE budget categories, comparing where we are after this budget amendment with where we were in 2007, 2008, which is the last time we had a substantial ending fund balance. You can see that over that six-year period, we have struggled each year with budget cuts because state funding has not kept pace with what we needed. So none of these numbers increase in the way that they needed to. Having said that, the amount that we've spent on instruction over that six-year period has increased by 11.8%. The amount on instructional support services, which includes counselors, librarians, school psychologists, and other staff, has increased by almost 41%. And the two other support categories, general administration and central activities, have been reduced by 3.5 and 1.9% respectively. As I said about the other funds, we true up the beginning fund balances, we make those adjustments on capital funds. The construction excise tax is accounted for in a specific fund, and we have increased the amount that we've trued up how much we expect to receive from the construction excise tax to reflect what our experience has been in the last year or so when the level of that funding has increased slightly. And then finally, in the IT capital fund, you'll also see us appropriating that $3.5 million to be spent on those tech bundles. So that is the story of the budget amendment. If you have any questions, we would be happy to take those.
Any comments, questions? Director Curler?
Yeah, just, I was confused, and this is a simple answer, I'm sure, but so we're, expenditures exceed revenue by 3.2 million, and so that comes out of contingency?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to double check.
Director Beal, did I hear you have 50 questions?
It's pretty close to it, I think. Let me see if I can get straight this whole process, if I could.
Sure.
Back in was it September or October, we found that we had about $16 million more than we thought we were going to have.
At that point, we knew that our ending fund balance, yes.
Okay,
we had a sense of what that was going to be.
About 16 million, and the superintendent came forward with the idea that she would spend $6.5 million of it.
Mm-hmm.
That was the famous where I wrote the thing where we all nodded it off, and I was pretty upset because the superintendent, we didn't give her a directive to do that. And I was told by Chairman Belial that we would do that in November or December and look at that stuff. And now we're looking at it here on is it today the 21st of January, after halfway through the year. So it'd be pretty hard to shift any of these things the way that I see it. For instance, the 68 EA people, if we would have a tough time, I think, shifting them around at this point in the year or withdrawing people from things. So I've been really, I mean, that whole process of how we did this was really upsetting to me. I don't understand why we did it that way, but well, I think I do, but I didn't like it. But let me ask a couple. Let's start with the 68 FTE where we put out one in every school, the EA. I assumed, I'm kind of directing this at my colleagues, that to equity, we never put that through an equity lens that I can see, one every place. And I like the equity lens stuff. I think it makes a lot of sense, but we didn't do that. So I was upset about that. The 30 FTE, I'm not sure. I wanted to put it out, because see, when we brought this back, there's things I was going to talk about. to put it out through the schools in some sort of priority? Did we come up with a priority basis of how to spend that? In other words, did we say, for instance, a first grade teacher with 34 kids at Jason Lee School was a higher priority than 180 kids in Wilson High School for an English teacher, and that was a higher priority than music classes that had 50 kids in them? I mean, how do we decide to do that? What were our priorities for the spending there? How do we order that money to be spent? Because one of the things that I kind of don't like particularly is taking the money and for FTE and just generalizing across the whole system. Because if you drop from 29 to 27 kids, it's not much of a change. If you drop from 37 to 28, that's a heck of a change. So I like to kind of target that money and make sure we're targeting. Did we target? Obviously, we didn't target the EAs, the educational assistants. We didn't. Well, we go with them. But what about the 30 FTE? And did we actually spend 30 FTE? I was under the impression maybe it was 25. So that's a question. Did you get a question out of that someplace?
I got two questions out
Okay,
of
good.
that.
You're ahead of me.
Or at least two, maybe three. So question number one, did we spend all 30 FTE? I believe we've allocated almost all of that 30 FTE, yes. Number two.
Well, was that all or almost all? I mean, 25 is almost all, I guess. Did we do 25 or 30?
It's, if we have anything left, I believe it's less than 1 FTE at this point.
Okay, so we did 29.
It may be a fractional number left.
So there's still hope out there for that guy that has 36 first graders that he might get help.
So the second question was, did we put that through an equity lens? And the answer to that is no.
Okay.
The equity allocation that we did in school staffing this year was the 8% of the school staffing that we allocated in two ways. Part of it based on the number of students on free and reduced lunch, and the other part being the number of students who qualified as
In our
combined
regular budget, we
underserved.
did a lot of nice
Yes.
things. I understand that.
So the whole purpose of the 30 FTE was to address situations where schools had more students show up than were forecast. So each year, when we're allocating staffing to schools in the regular budget process, we have an estimate of how many students we think will be in that school, and they get FTE based on that number of schools. And every year, some schools are pretty close to the number that we thought they were going to be. Some schools have fewer students, and some schools have more students. And in the case of kindergarten, for example, we have a very specific cutoff of when we expect to allocate more staff to those schools in order to keep those class sizes down. And then in a number of other places, there were more students show up, and so that 30 FTE was all allocated to schools where there were more students who showed up in the fall than were forecast to be there when we did school
So it
staffing.
was a general targeting, not a specific targeting.
It was a case by case,
Yes, we
school
went
by
to the school that had more, and then we gave them more.
Yeah.
Okay. And the 68 wasn't targeted at any place. It was
No, the 68 was a half-time EA to each of the K5, K8, and middle schools.
Did you want to add something to what he just said, or it's fine?
This balancing process is something that we do every year.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so just so you know.
Oh, do we find $16 million in September every year, though?
No, but
Probably not.
Steve, here's the key thing is that it's part of the budget. So we normally would budget 30 FTE that are part of the budget.
Right.
And the timing with which it would happen would be exactly the same time it happened this year. Last year, rather than have that pool of 30 still remaining for us to do the balancing in the fall, we pushed it all out last spring during the budget into the high schools. And what we said is in the fall, we're going to evaluate where are we with the budget. If we have dollars to actually do balancing, we'll come back to the board and do. So this was actually a conversation we had last spring. We'll come back to the board and ask for the FTE to do the balancing. If we don't have it, schools understood that we would end up pulling staff that were already in schools, and if they had lower enrollment than was anticipated, they would lose staff to schools that then needed it. We did not have to do that, which we were really thankful for when we were able to do this in the fall, which is part of why we acted swiftly. in the fall was to be able to respond and get staff out into the schools immediately, rather than move people out. We were going for stability. But it's a process we do every year, so.
I just want to double check something about our process to make sure you're getting the information that you need. Did you not see this? Did you get the staff report on this information?
I'm reading off of it.
So you did? Did,
Describe it.
so bottom
Got
of
it.
page 3 that describes this process.
Right,
that followed by-
I'm asking specific questions that maybe aren't described there, though. What about the?
Just wanted to make sure you're getting the
Yeah, I did,
information.
thanks,
Okay.
Greg, appreciate it. What about the middle grade athletics? What did we, I mean, they mentioned it. It's something that I've been trying to get us to do since 1975, I think. And did we put in a soccer team? Or did we spend it up here on some sort of planning thing?
So I don't have the details immediately to hand. I can get more specifics from Marshall Haskins on
Yeah,
that.
I appreciate
But I
that.
believe that it's a relatively modest amount of money, but it was specifically to support actual programs in schools. So, basketball programs and soccer programs and track programs and cross-country programs for middle grade kids.
Could I get that information?
Sure.
I'd really appreciate that, because that's going down the right road from my point of view. Another question that I don't understand is, on the information that I was sent, the contingency went from 14 million to 34 million. It's a $20 million jump.
No.
That's what it says here. Contingency is increased by 14 million. I'm sorry, I apologize. By 14 million. So the contingency was 14 million. Did that include the 9.5 or so out of the 16 million? 14 million? Where did that, I don't understand what happened there.
So we ended up starting the year with $16.3 million more than we had in the budget. Added to that, we have $5.2 million of more local revenue than we thought we were going to have. That's $21.5 million. And that's offset by the fact that we are not making that $1.9 million transfer from the PERS account. So you take 1.9 from 21.5, you get $19.6 million. So on both sides of the equation in the budget, after we do the amendment,
So if you subtract the 6.5 from the 9, you come up pretty close.
I'm
to
coming
14.
to that.
That's
And then on the other side of the
Just 7
equation,
minutes time.
we have $2.6 million less PERS expense. We have $3.9 million less in average salaries. So we have $6.5 million less expenditures than we budgeted. But now we have 6.5 more from the October stuff, 2 million more from the second set of additional expenditures we talked about, and $3.5 million, which is the transfer out of the general fund into the IT capital fund. So that 2 million and that 3.5 is $5.5 million. You take 5.5 from 19.6, and you get 14.1, and that's the increase in contingency.
Great, thank you on that.
approximately.
Yeah, on the ombuds person, when is that person starting? We have $100,000 for the ombuds person.
Right.
When does that person start?
Assuming that you all approve the amendment next week, we will I believe that staff will immediately proceed to hire that position.
So if we have a half a year left, we'd spend $100,000, so it'd be a
No,
$200,000 position?
$100,000 is the full year cost of that, but we.
But why would that full year cost show up here when we're only gonna have the person for a half year, I guess is my question there.
Because in order for the budget system to handle it, we need to put that as a full-time position. We can't handle the half-year funding because it won't work in our budget system.
But do we only pay them for half a year, though?
We will only be paying them for half a
What
year.
does the other $50,000 say? Let's say it's $100,000 for the ombudsman, which would be a reasonable salary for the ombudsperson. Where does the other $50,000 go then? Can I have that to spend it on Roosevelt for a half a year? That'd be about $50,000 for the Roosevelt social service coordinator. Because I like this, and I remember way back when we did it, as bad as my memory is, that Bobby said, hey, let's do the ombudsperson. I'm going, yeah, that's a great idea. And so I like this, but it seems like we have $50,000 floating around, which would pay for my idea at the time, which was the Roosevelt social service coordinator out there with all, which we have at Madison, and you have this really poor kind of school in terms of a lot of kids need help and need to get connected with agencies, and we took that person out. Is there $50,000 here to put that person back for the half year?
That's not my call. That would not be my call. That's not my decision to make.
No, but I mean, is the money there to do that? If I made an amendment here to this next week to do that, is there 50,000 here that we can we get it right here? I don't see why not, right? Because we're only going to pay them for half a year, even if we hire them for the whole year.
That would be part of the truing up the budget at the end of the year.
I don't know whether to take that as a yes or no. I'll take it as a yes, and we'll go from there, I guess, because I happen to like that and like it having yes. What about, what's the acceleration strategies at Madison?
So I believe, and
It's the replication of the Advanced Scholars Program that's been one of our successful practices at Franklin, and doing a replication of that program. And it's both being able to stabilize it at Franklin and begin the replication.
The restorative justice program, which is $400,000, what does that actually entail? Now, I like restorative justice stuff. I think it's doing some really nice work. But is that to pay 4 FTE, or is that to pay somebody upstairs to tell them that they should be doing this work that they already know they should be doing? Or
the majority of that money is contracts with Resolutions Northwest, who are our partner, who is our partner
train us
across the schools in operating those programs, yes.
So they come in and train us.
I can't,
It's a combination of staffing and professional development.
Well, how much is what? Which is what? How much is staff? What do we staff for restorative justice if it's a program that we do in our schools? Do we staff somebody in the school, or do we staff, how do we staff that?
We've had this a number of different models, so different schools, it's looked different in different schools, and part of what we're working on with Resolutions Northwest, and I can't give you the specific, we can bring you the specifics, because we've been working with them of how they can build our capacity to do this more systemically, and that's part of what the conversation is with them. It's been in a pilot, and it's been ones where we've had either a contracted staff who's part of the staff. We've had ones where it's our staff who's trained and has the capacity during the day to do it. And it's a broad spectrum of models that we've used so far. So we're working with Resolutions Northwest on what's most effective, what schools are actually have the readiness factor to actually implement restorative justice. So more complex answer, we can bring you details.
Yeah, could you send, that'd be helpful. I really appreciate that. And close to the last question, and maybe the last question, Mr. Bilal, is we have, how many kids did we actually add up there at Wilson? 6 FTE, we should have added 6 times, let's go 30. Yes, right, in the Wilson cluster. So 6 FTE should be 180 kids.
No, the staffing ratio is somewhere between, depending on what grade level we're talking about, is 24 or 25 to 1.
Well, I'll buy 25 to 1, but a lot of that's already there. You already have a principal, you already have a...
No, but if we had, for example, if we had 24 more students in an elementary school, that would qualify for 1 additional FTE.
Right, and so how many kids did we have totally coming in from that we didn't project that we were going to have? Because this is an add-on, right?
This is an add-on, and at the beginning of the year, we had much less intelligence on how many kids we were likely to see. So I believe this was somewhere 100 plus or minus students in the various schools, because it's not just, it's Hayhurst and at Robert Gray and at Wilson. So it's 45 to 50 students at Wilson, 40 students at Robert Gray and 75 to 85 students at Hayhurst was the projection that we got most recently from, I believe, the housing
And what
authority.
how much more was that than we projected at the start of the year?
We didn't, at the start of the year, have enough data to be able to predict how many kids there were going to be.
Well,
in
didn't we
this.
project some, though? I mean, you would think, we thought there were going to be 0 kids in all those apartments?
We waited until we had better data from the housing authority before we made this
And
determination.
so we set money aside?
What
We
we said
bookmarked
was,
this.
in October, we said, we
Bookmarked
know
the
this is
money,
coming.
And then this is taking the place of that bookmarked money?
No.
We did not bookmark any money.
We bookmarked the conversation when we came to you in October and said this will be one of the things we come back to you now in January
Okay,
because we'll
great.
know what it was.
Answers
But
my
we
question.
talked about it as a housing development that was going to impact our schools.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much for your patience and the patience of the people and my colleagues.
And
the
Ruth
people in the
actually had more
audience.
detail on this.
Getting warmed up for the budget stuff.
So, and we will,
Eager and excited because the planning meeting I went to was all about this work in the Wilson cluster and just the challenges and opportunities of the kids having a new home, but that's enough said.
Other comments, questions about the budget amendment? Director Carlin?
Yeah, so I think this is to Superintendent Smith, but maybe it's to you as well. But just wanted to understand the thinking on contingencies. So 7.4% seems high to me. I know we've talked about 5 in the past. Personally, that seems high to me. But so why aren't we spending some of this money now? Is I guess my question. More of it.
So I'm going to say this is part of why we're connecting it to the revenue projections for next year. So I would say maybe let's finish that conversation and then come back, and it may be that you would choose to spend it this year rather than next year, which could be part of the conversation. But
Okay,
we've
so-
got
so part of it
that's
is
part of
your
why it's
thinking
linked.
is-
Yeah.
is that we'd
It's
spend
part of why
it.
it's linked, yeah. And you'll get a
Okay.
total picture, and then you could come back and
Okay.
revisit, yeah.
Okay.
that's what I would have said, too.
Good answer, Director.
Director Reagan?
Out of the $16.3 million, I just wanted to highlight that about 3/4 of that comes from central office vacancies and cost control measures that the district has taken, including one big project which we did a year or two ago, which was the boiler project and converting our old heavy oil furnaces to natural gas. And that was something that Trudy Sargent on the board had really championed, and we knew it would save a few $1,000,000, and in fact it saved even more, so I'm really thrilled to see that. And that felt at the time a little bit like a risk for us because we actually as a board decided to borrow money to do that, but it clearly paid off, and the result is you end up with more money that we can eventually put into the classroom. So congratulations on some of those cost control measures to folks. And to me, yeah, the discussion of having 7.4% in the contingency is just such an exciting place for us to finally be. When I came on the board in 2003, we had way less than 1% in our contingency, as far as I recall. And slowly but surely, we've been trying to get that up to a place where you have 3.5% to 5%. So it's actually an exciting discussion to have, and it's a discussion that we want to have within the budget context, so that we're looking at it in kind of a real holistic discussion with the entire community.
So the other thing I'll add to that one is, you remember back in October when we had the conversation about what we were going to spend this year, we also said we wanted to look at this as a 2-year expenditure so that we would be able to make sure we could do those same things the following year. So we weren't saying spend this all down. We wanted to say do this so we're planning for a 2-year cycle rather than a single cycle. So that's part of also the trail of thought on that one.
Any other comments, questions about the proposed budget amendment? We'll see you next week.
Can I get would we have an ombuds person job description? Do we have that already? Could I get that sent to me? Thank you.
All right. Thank you for our discussion about the budget amendment. We will now move on to our budget forecast. Superintendent Smith, I don't know if you have anything to introduce with this one?
No, I'll just carry on. These are connected discussions.
Okay, so we'll move on to talk about the 14-15 forecast. So the first thing I want to say is this is a forecast. We're going to outline the assumptions that we are making as part of this forecast. These are estimates. We will be revising some of those estimates, and some of this is about timing. The one guarantee I can give you on these numbers is that they will change. I wish that we had more certainty about our numbers, but there are a number of factors that go into why these change from time to time. But we'll walk you through some assumptions, and then we'll show you what the forecast looks like for next year, and then what our sort of 64,000-foot strategy is for the outcome of the forecast.
So assumptions on the resources side. At this point in the year, we are not making the assumption that there will be any additional beginning fund balance for 14-15 beyond our budgeted contingency for 13-14. For local option revenue, we're currently assuming the same level of increase for 14-15 as we saw between 12-13 and 13-14. So it's about 3.4 million. In state school fund resources, we're assuming 51% of the $6.55 billion appropriation for the second half of the biennium, as well as the $100 million awarded statewide for 14-15 in the special session, our share of which is about 7.8 million. And we just want to take the opportunity to remind people that while 2/3 of the state school fund is the state appropriation, and there's a lot of visibility around that number, 1/3 is the permanent rate taxes across the state. So if someone's referring to the state appropriation or the number increasing by a certain percentage, that doesn't apply to the rest of the state school fund. Finally, the state is considering changing the methodology for calculating the poverty factor. They believe it will be a more current and accurate reflection of poverty in the districts. Our forecast is based on the state's initial estimate that PPS would receive an additional $800,000. And the state board is set to vote later this month on that change.
On the requirements side, on the expenditure side, we made the following assumptions. So when it comes to salaries, we assumed that salaries would increase by 3%, across the board for all employee groups, and that includes steps. That's not a 3% COLA for everybody. That's steps where that applies for folks, and additional increases on top of that to average 3%. We realize that we are in contract negotiations with teachers right now, and we will have open contracts with other employee groups for 14-15. At this point, we're making that 3% assumption. On healthcare, we assume a 6% increase in the cost of healthcare for teachers and a $50 per month increase for all other employees. PERS UAL, which is the debt service on our significant PERS debt, which is a big part of our PERS expense, we know what that number is for next year, so we plug that in. And on all other expenditures, we also use 3% at this point as an inflation factor for those costs. In this forecast, we set the contingency at 5% of expenditures, which is the level that this board has indicated as its aspirational level. The state school fund is allocated out using a fairly complex formula, one key part of which is weighted average daily membership. A key indicator of that is student numbers. At this point, we're assuming the same number of students in PPS as this year. We will be looking more closely at that assumption as the months go by. We expect to have more students next year than this year. The key thing in the allocation of the state school fund is not whether or not we have more students or not, but whether our rate of change is different from the rate of change across the state. Because the state school fund is a finite amount of money, and the formula just allocates out that pot of money. We can have more students, but if everybody else has more students in the same percentage as us, we don't get any more money. If our rate of increase is greater than other people, then we will see a financial benefit. But for the time being, at this point in January, we are holding those numbers constant. And then Sarah talked at some length earlier when we were talking about this year's budget amendment about the fact that we have seen average salaries in schools, both for administrators and for teachers, lower than we budgeted. We think that's another inflection point because we are in an expansion mode now, adding more people. The leverage there has changed. At this point, we're still using the average number for the current year. We have some more work to do to try and figure out if we're safe forecasting a continued reduction in that number. So before I talk about this year, I wanted to do a historical comparison. So I pulled up the PowerPoint presentation from this time last year, where we were talking about the budget forecast for the current year. And this time last year, on the 22nd of January, we had just done the full balancing amendment, and as part of that, we were revising our estimate for the current year from a shortfall of $22 million to a deficit of $17 million. So that's where we were expecting to be $17 million in the hole. This is our budget forecast for this year. This is a spreadsheet which I think you may have a copy of. This is all of the numbers plugged in there. I'm going to highlight two numbers. So when we ran all of the numbers that you heard about for those assumptions, and we totaled expenditures under those assumptions, and we compared that with our resources, and we set contingency at 5%, that left us with $15.7 million additional money that we have available to invest. This is the first time. Director Regan has been on this board for 10 years. She has never heard somebody with a number that's green or not in parentheses or doesn't have a negative sign. I mean, this is a big Joe Biden deal because we actually, we have something to do. Now, there's another number on this spreadsheet, which is down in that bottom corner, that is $7.9 million, and I'm labeling that structural deficit. And I just want to point out to you what that is. If you take our revenue and you compare that to our forecasted expenditures, assuming that we do the 15.7 million, and our transfers, we would be spending $7.9 million more than we have in revenue. We're spending the reserves down by, $7.9 million. I believe that's the right thing to do, which is why I recommended it to the superintendent. The important thing to know is that the following year, in 15-16, in order for us to sustain that level of expenditures, we need $8 million more revenue just to keep going at the level we're going. So it's important to remember that, because a year from now, when we're talking about, oh look, we've got this new revenue, the first $8 million of that is gone already, just to keep us doing the things that we're doing. So I just want to mention that as a caveat. So Director Curler, to your point of view about, spending down reserves, it's the right thing to do at the right time, but it's not, you have to be careful because it's not sustainable.
I agree. So it's how you spend it. Maybe not structurally.
Right. So that's.
I'm sorry, explain structure a little more. Are these one-time expenses?
No.
What are we talking about here?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, one way to offset that would be to, if you spent a portion of that money on one-time things, then you don't have to worry next year about how do we find that money. But to the extent that we spend all of that money on ongoing costs and expenditures, we're banking on the fact that we're going to have more revenue in 15-16. I think that's a reasonable assumption to make, but we just have to bear in mind that all of that additional revenue is not available to increase expenses even further. Some of that additional revenue we get in 15-16 is already spoken for to keep pace with what we're planning to do for next year, assuming that everything else is as we are forecasting it right now. And some of those numbers will change, and we'll update those in as timely a fashion as possible. So how might we spend $15.7 million in the budget? We do want to indicate some possibility about that. So what the superintendent has suggested is that we break that 15.7 out in the three following ways. So 9.8 million of it allocated to school staffing, which ultimately is recommended to the superintendent through the district staffing team. And that $9.8 million might be $7.8 million, which is the amount that we're getting, that's our pro rata share of the grand bargain, $100 million. 7.8 million of that to allocate directly to teachers in schools to reduce student load and workload. $1 million on staffing in elementary schools that would allow for increased planning time for teachers in grades K through 5. And another $1 million to be available to tackle individual workload issues as they are identified. So that's $9.8 million for school staffing. $2.1 million is the cost of adding 2 days to the school year, 2 days to the contract year for employees, which, as you heard earlier when the superintendent was talking about the mediation proposal, is 2 additional instructional days in elementary and middle schools and 3 additional instructional days in high schools. And finally, $3.8 million on district-wide programs which are allocated centrally through the budget leadership team. So that balances out to 15.7. That's one way of allocating out that money. We've had some questions before about what's the difference between school staffing and those district-wide centrally allocated programs. And so to give you a reference point for that, you can't see this very well, I apologize. It doesn't blow up well, but it's in your packet. So you will remember that on December 2nd, we did a budget prioritization exercise with you. And we had a number of different programs that were part of that exercise. 2 of those, classified staff in schools and middle-level support at K-8s, are school staffing. A number of those, athletics, expansion of AVID, central support capacity and infrastructure, culturally specific supports, custodians, deferred maintenance, early learners programs, literacy materials, outdoor school, student technology, teacher mentors. Those are all examples of district-wide programs where those budgets are allocated centrally. So they would definitely fall into that 3rd category. And then there's some programs like career-related learning, discipline reduction strategies, high school graduation, online blended learning, and wraparound services that may be school staffing or may be centrally allocated depending on how it's done. So one example, wraparound services is something we've heard a lot of support for. If you take one specific example of what that might mean, a social worker at each high school. If that position is part of the school-wide support table, then it's school staffing. If those positions were part of student services, reporting up through Tammy Jackson, then it's a centrally allocated budget. So in each of those cases are the yellow ones, and again, I apologize. In your packet, these are green, yellow, and red.
We don't have it.
You didn't get this?
No.
No! Okay, well, you will get it very soon. I'm very sorry about that. This was
But it is the same thing that you guys did your budget exercise on?
yeah, it's the same ones, but I
and
wanted
spent
you
your
to
points
have.
on? Yes.
I'm very sorry. I was. Before I go home
Pretty.
tonight, I will email you all something that looks like this, which is, it's really just breaking out those programs that we talked about and illustrating which ones are which when it comes to school staffing or district-wide programs allocated centrally. So that's the forecast.
Questions, comments?
Still taking
Okay.
in the reality of actually having money, having a little bit of money to invest. It's great. And I just really appreciate this.
Well, it's a fundamentally different position to be in. And it changes, it actually, as we mentioned, there's a number of ways in which we've hit inflection points. Local option and compression unwinding is one of them. School staffing and salaries is another. And this is another one. And frankly, you know, the way that we feel about having the ending fund balance be higher than we budgeted feels differently looking at this than if we were looking at a deficit. Because if we were looking at a deficit, having the ending fund balance be higher than expected would be a buffer against making cuts. And that's how it's been for a long time.
It also, it reminds me a little bit of what the students were saying earlier about how do we put pressure upward, or how do we advocate together. And I just, again, want to thank some of our partner organizations, including some folks who are still here in this room, of the amount of effort and work that the state legislature did with us to make sure that they increased funding so that we were in this situation for the first time, as you pointed out, in a very, very long time. Now we have to ask ourselves whether this is enough, whether this suffices, and I think that I heard a lot of students say tonight that it's not. But I look at that structural deficit, it is almost exactly our appropriation from the grand bargain that happened this fall in the legislature. So other comments, Director Buell?
We always seem to talk about workload as costing us money, workload relief. Workload relief can save us a lot of money too, in a lot of different areas. I'd be glad to explain somebody, I won't take your time now, but we can save a lot of money through workload relief, a lot.
Other?
Oh, just kind of in another whole category, but just in terms of, if I understand correctly, I think that Congress did finally pass some form of budget, and that it has gone a little ways toward restoring some of the sequestration cuts to Title I and Head Start and special education. So again, while those weren't even anywhere near where they should be, they were cut even lower. And I think it's correct that they've been at least somewhat restored. So that's a little bit potentially of less bad news going forward. But again, that's one where for years and years the federal government has underfunded compared to the need, and that obviously impacts us as well.
So that's an important point, which allows me to emphasize that what we're talking about here is the general fund. And as you said, there's been some activity federally about budgets. We're still in the process of trying to digest what that means because it's a little tricky to figure that out. So in terms of Title I and IDEA and those other federal funded budgets, we don't have a clear sense of next year relative to this year, but we're trying to get more clarity about that as quickly as we can.
But again, that upward pressure, that's part of the whole, that's part of the picture of what's happening in our country with public education, so.
Any other comments, questions?
I was just going to mention, just tagging on to you, Director Adkins, that I will be going to DC with a group of school board members from the Oregon School Board Association again in 2 weeks to lobby the federal government once again and our congressional delegation on trying to restore some of the sequestration cuts and to stabilize Title I and special ed funding, and to hopefully not be putting it into special grant type programs, but instead allocate it out to school districts so that we have the ability to use that money as we see appropriately. I was also, tell me if I'm doing this correctly, when I'm looking at the $9.8 million in school staffing and I'm looking at the district-wide $3.8 million, and I'm dividing that by what it costs to hire someone full-time, it looks to me like we're talking about potentially adding 140 or so positions out in schools next year, which will ideally do what the teachers have been asking us to do, which is to hopefully reduce some class sizes and reduce some workload. So what we've been saying all along is that what we need to do is to have the opportunity to do this through the budget cycle, and this gives folks an idea that it's exactly what we're intending to do. So.
And just to piggyback on your first comment about federal budgets, I would be remiss, since you gave me the opportunity, when it comes to federal funding, IDEA was passed several decades ago, and at the time that the federal government passed that bill, which imposed an obligation on school districts to provide access to a free public education for students with disabilities, which is an obligation that we justly accept, at the time that they did that, they talked about funding 40% of the cost of those programs. They have never funded above 20%, and we're in mid-teens at the moment. So there is an enormous way to go for the federal government to meet the promise that they made many years ago when it comes to special education funding. And I know that you know that, and so I just thought I'd remind you of that. Because our federal delegation likes to say that education funding is a state issue, and that's primarily true, but special education is an area where there is a federal obligation that they have never lived up to.
And more, the Federal Department of Education is putting more and more mandates and requirements on how funds are used, and that's another thing that we will be talking with them about and trying to get them to move away from some of the rigidity of how we are to use this funding. So.
I think that's it for our conversation on the budget forecast. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
I know that we have folks waiting in the wings for enrollment update and enrollment balancing, but I'm sensing a lack of a need to get up and move around a little bit. So we're going to take a short recess. Thank you. We are back from recess, and we're going to get moving with our next item. Thank you all for your patience. At this time, we're going to move on to the enrollment update. Beverly Cleary, Lincoln, Benson, and General. Superintendent Smith, can you introduce this item?
Services, who is going to walk us through what the enrollment, over-enrollment kinds of crunches are that we need to address this year while we're in the bigger process of looking at our boundaries and our enrollment and transfer policies. So, Judy.
My best to be brief, and I'm looking forward to your questions and comments. So, 2 objectives for the next few minutes. First of all, do a little bit of that big picture context setting. What does enrollment really look like across the district this year? And then dive into a very small number of short-term issues, some of which are coming to you for action in the next week. So we want to make sure that you're aware of that, and we have a preview of what your questions and concerns might be. Why do the big picture now? Of all the things that you get to hear, why this? Well, it is something that that you have a policy that says that we should do every year. And we also just like to bring you that larger sense of what's happening across the district in terms of enrollment numbers. We added targets to part of that assessment a year ago, so I'm going to talk about that very briefly. And I'm going to call out here and elsewhere that decisions that you made outside of this direct enrollment lens, for example, increasing your equity funding, wound up reducing pressure on some schools to hit enrollment targets. So we talk about enrollment here, but it's really linked to other decisions that you wind up making elsewhere, and I just wanted to highlight what that linkage was. So here are the enrollment targets that we established in past years, and we call out in this process schools that are either well below the target size or schools that are above 100% of the capacity utilization in that building. And just to note that these targets apply to our schools that have neighborhood programs or our accommodation neighborhood focus, so we don't apply these same targets to our focus option schools, which are often intentionally designed to be different sizes. In your packet, you have a set of tables that show you how schools line up against these targets. I'm not going to show those to you tonight, but I'm happy to answer questions about any specific schools. Really is $1,350 for enrollment. This is current enrollment. It's not your facility capacity size. It's your the high school system design. Target size is $1,350.
It was what would allow us to offer a full program. So we were shooting for the $1,350. Different thing than looking at facilities or what we were going to be over time. It was what allowed us to offer a program. It was the minimum allowing you to do a program, yes.
So what's limiting about looking at these enrollment targets, while they provide this general rubric for measuring relative enrollment health across a set of schools, I always remind myself and would remind others that there's no clear correlation between school size and student achievement. We can look at our own milestone data and see successes and challenges across our size and configuration spectrum. And again, pointing out that when other decisions, such as increasing the equity funding formula in our schools in the budget process, reduces the importance on schools hitting enrollment sizes. So yes, enrollment matters, but it's not the only thing that matters. Targets are not designed to address a number of other critical enrollment issues, such as the proportion of students who are attending neighborhood schools versus focus options, that capture rate issue, and that space and resources that we allocate to partnership programs to early learning, the impact that that has on how we use our buildings. Those are really important topics, and this look at targets doesn't really illuminate that very clearly. Having said all that, still think it's worth doing. Equalizing enrollment as many schools as possible conserves resources for other equity-focused work. So the more we do that we can make equal and efficient, the more that's left over to really emphasize equity needs. Okay, so what's going on in the big picture? Our enrollment is growing. We were up by more than 500 students last year, so yay to enrollment growth. That's 5 straight years of enrollment growth. Our overall population is right about where it was 10 years ago. So we have come out of the slump. We are on the way up. That enrollment is not spread equally across all schools, though. We have about 250 more students. I compared 10 years ago, the 03-04 school year, to now. We have about 250 more students across what I call our mainstream K-5, K-8, and middle schools, those that either have neighborhoods or you get to through the lottery that I manage. But we have 2,500 fewer students at our mainstream high schools. And the difference between the two are accounted for in part by 1,300 more students in charter schools, K-12, and then more students in other kinds of schools across the system. So even as we're coming back in enrollment numbers, we're not coming back the same way we were. It'll be quite a while before we recoup at every grade level enrollment that we had in an earlier time. And through reconfigurations, through consolidations, we've taken a lot of classrooms offline in these past 10 years. So even as funding is improvement, and that's a huge double yay, which you just had a yay moment a little while ago around improved funding. But when you combine that more kids and the ability to fund more teachers for those kids, it accelerates our need for more classroom spaces, and that can leave us with an uh-oh. Again, on where we are with enrollment ranking this year, so this is just by type of configuration, the number of schools, and how many are falling in either below those, at those under-enrolled flags or above that over-enrolled mark. These numbers are actually better than they were this time last year. We have fewer under-enrolled schools, but we also have more schools facing over-enrollment and overcrowding. You can see that more than half of our K-8 schools are outside that sweet spot that we would want to see with enrollment. The same is true with our high schools with more than half, and we have almost half of our middle schools smaller than we'd like them to be. One thing that we're doing to address this is to convene a district-wide boundary review with our partner, PSU Center for Public Service. It seems to me that target enrollment sizes, our boundaries, school configurations are all going to be explored in depth during that 3-phase process. They're in phase 1 right now in assessment. It'll become a much more public, visible, and intensive process over the next 6 months, and we would imagine between 9 and 12 months from now, recommendations that would actually be before you, having vetted them through the community, and then time for your decisions. In tandem with that, we have an enrollment transfer policy review process. I want to call out Director Atkins, Director Regan, who attend many of the Superintendent's Advisory Committee on Enrollment and Transfer meetings, where this is their work, and co-chair Jason Tremblay in the room with you tonight. Again, similar time frame for moving really major district-wide work around enrollment and transfer forward in this upcoming fiscal year. In the meantime, we have a very small set of enrollment issues that we don't think can wait for 2015 for resolution. And we worked really hard to make the set as small as possible. And what that means, when you get to the bottom bullet there, is there's a lot of schools uncomfortable that are going to be even a little more uncomfortable next year, who are very anxious for some level of permanent relief and are willing to wait and be a part of the district-wide process. But I'm sure in your visits to schools, you're experiencing that when you're talking with teachers, principals, community members. So here's the list of things that we're going to talk about tonight. My esteemed colleagues from Dual Language have some very exciting information about dual language expansion, so I'm going to try and get out of here quickly and give the floor to them. But before that, we wanted to share information about a pilot plan for Benson and talk about a couple of schools that are facing very serious overcrowding. There's some information in your packet about inter-district transfers. The state legislature has brought in a number of rules in the last couple of years about how we work through the inter-district process. So there's information for you. I'm not going to be talking about that tonight. We will be bringing an action item to you sometime in the next few weeks around that. Okay, so I'm going to pause just for a second and say that's the big picture. That's PPS enrollment from 50,000 feet. We're about to dive down. Some of my colleagues in this are in the room to help answer questions. But before we get there, I'll ask Director Belisle, should we take questions on the big picture now, or do you want to defer till the end?
Are there questions at this point?
Just keep it.
Nope.
Got the go signal. All right. Okay. So I'm going to start with Beverly Cleary. And here's a little bit of the specs on it. In your packet was some more detailed information. I'm just going to hit the high points. We're bringing this to your attention because it is a school that we think is very overcrowded. Teachers, community members, administrators have noted a number of health and safety concerns across both the Beverly Cleary campuses. They're experiencing large class sizes, and there's no space left for elective support and community-based programming be added. So last spring, the community and the district agreed to make facility changes at both campuses that was intended to be a 2-year solution. Unfortunately, greater than expected enrollment this year has taken up all that new space. And we feel that we need an additional but temporary solution for 2014-15. We say temporary because recognizing that Beverly Cleary is one of a number of crowded schools or schools with expanding programs in the region, we don't think that we can make a permanent solution without bringing all of those other issues to the table. We know there's a process to do that. We need something else in the short term. So last week, and we don't think that there's any more feasible facility solutions that we can bring to the table on this. So last week we were out with the community, appreciate Director Knowles being there last Thursday night, and we shared 3 different ways that we could make enrollment change in the short term. And you see them before you. I will say that these are unusual ways that we would solve issues in Portland Public Schools, especially on a temporary basis. In the first, we would create essentially a 3rd campus by moving 2 grades from the, either Fernwood or Holyrood into the Rose City Park campus where they would share space with access. Another way to do it would be to create a temporary boundary change where we would draw lines and shift students on other sides of the lines, probably students in lower grades, to nearby schools. And here you see which schools could be affected by a change like that. And finally, we could conceivably cap enrollment for all grades, so no new students from the neighborhood would be able to add in to Beverly Cleary next year. We would limit kindergarten to the equivalent number of students to 3 classrooms, and that would mean students beyond that would have to go to nearby schools. So we would create some overflow schools, and additionally we would move out non-neighborhood students back to their neighborhood schools. These are not activities that we would typically, as I said, that we would typically carry out in Portland Public Schools, and some of them would require board action. So we wanted to make sure that you were aware that we were even having the discussion in the community. We believe at a staff level we can implement any of those. We believe that they are all hard. And we are really looking for the community to help guide us on the decision of which type of change to pursue. So once we get past which of those 3 big areas to focus on, we'll go deeper and look at the specifics. If any of them require board action, we would then keep you well informed and come back to you for decision in a relatively short period of time. Ideally, we would have a decision at least on the type of change that we're going to make and a clear timeline for what that final decision-making process would be by the time of their scheduled Connect to Kindergarten event. So the community is very focused and plugged in. It's been a great learning experience as staff. Working with them so far. We'll be out there again on Thursday night, and we will keep you informed on how that process moves forward. So, a quick pause.
Any comments or questions specifically about Beverly Cleary or the process?
A very quick question.
Sure.
One of the things supposedly we learned in the Northeast Coalition stuff was to go out into the neighborhood, school, and ask them what they think before we give them any strategies. Did we do that this time? Did we go out and say, here's the problem, what do you think? And we sat back and let them go and fight, and we listened, and then we went back and took their stuff, and then we came up with strategies, and we went back? Because I keep hearing that's not necessarily how we did it. Am I wrong, or were the people who told me that wasn't necessarily how we did it wrong? I mean, did we do it that way? I mean, did we have no options the first time we went out? We had no options, and we didn't share any options the first time we went out there?
So, because we worked with this community last spring, and we gathered a very large amount of input from them last spring, we came back in January with a set of options that were largely informed by what they brought to the table, and we talked about collaboratively last year.
When we went out in the spring,
so
did
last
we go out
spring,
with and just start with no options at all when we went out in the spring? We didn't offer any solutions or suggestions?
Our first meeting with the Beverly Cleary community back in winter 2013, we did not bring forward any specific options. We talked about what the problem was. We listened to a lot of input. We came back later with 2 options. They provided input on those options. We implemented one of the options, the one that they preferred. We then watched what happened.
That was for last year.
That was for last year. When we came back this year, we did not start from a place of what do you think. We felt we had a lot of information from the community. We started from a place as this is what we've heard, and this is where we are.
I'd have done it. This year, we go back for meeting first with no options too, just to make sure they understand we're not afraid to do that. But you did what you did. Thank you.
Any other questions about Beverly Cleary?
What has community participation? I'm sorry, Bobby. Go ahead. What has community participation looked like in this process so far?
Well, it's been very brief. There were 225 people approximately at the meeting on Thursday night. We gathered comment cards from them. Those comment cards got typed in and represented 14 pages, single-spaced, of comments and questions. There were approximately 108 questions that we've responded to that I submitted back to the community today. They have a survey online that they've had at least 250 responses to as of yesterday. I was at a meeting with some of the community leaders for about 3 hours yesterday around this. We've had staff at information tables so to make sure that people who couldn't come to the meeting were getting the information. It's been very active and very engaged.
So let me just, since I was at the meeting, Judy, I'll go ahead and add a little bit. I thought it was one of the best community meetings I've ever attended. It was facilitated by a parent, and the community was very thoughtful. You could see that they were looking at every one of the options, and there were many, like Judy said, many cards that people turned in on every single option, and then there was a little bit of time for questioning at the end. But overall, it was more of a feeling of we've got a problem, and let's all get together and figure out how we're going to solve it. It was a great meeting. Looking forward to the next one.
Director Regan?
I had a question about whether or not one of the things that you're looking at, I know, in terms of the Lincoln overcrowding, is the opportunity for families to voluntarily move to other schools. Are you looking at that in this situation?
Not in this situation. We don't believe that it would help us achieve what we absolutely need in that building next year, which is 1 to 2, preferably 2 freed up classrooms on the Holyrood campus, and 1 to 2, preferably 2 classrooms freed up on the Fernwood campus. So through volunteering, we may get a little more elbow room at different grades. We doubt that we would get full groups of students that would hit the right number. When I discuss Lincoln in a moment, I think that we still have an opportunity to just have some flexible movement across grade levels that would free up enough space. We don't have, it's not as acute yet at Lincoln, we don't believe. There may be other things that we could do. This is a good time to try the voluntary effort. We don't believe voluntary would be sufficient in Beverly Cleary, unfortunately, at this time.
Okay. And then 2 other options I was curious to hear a little bit more about is the idea of 8th graders going to Grant. I know we did that recently with another school. I'm trying to remember, was it? Yeah. And I think it worked fairly well, but it doesn't look like it's being given serious consideration here. So could you just talk through that? And then the other one I was curious about is whether or not there are any opportunities at Beaumont Middle School for them to pick up any of the 7th or 8th grade students as an option.
Okay.
And or whether those have even been looked at.
Okay. So no, we haven't moved 8th grade to Grant forward, in part because we're trying to preserve the K-8 experience, which is one of the values that people have shared with us. And so maintaining a configuration or a relationship that's aligned with the K-8 versus moving directly into high school isn't something that we've heard parents say they're very interested in, and is one that requires a lot more planning for that educational transition. So that's been one of the primary reasons that we've looked to see if we can maintain kids in some level of a K-8 structure. It would also require a conditional use for the Grant campus to add 8th grade there. That may not have been something that we did every other time, but the city is making sure that we follow through on those things now. So technically right now we can't house 8th graders at Grant without that conditional use. Doesn't mean we wouldn't get it, but that's an additional requirement. And regarding Beaumont, it's possible that there may be some room for some level of transfers. Beaumont's pretty full now that we've added Wrigler and their housing and Spanish immersion program. They're largely not open to transfers at most grades, but it is something that, and it's one of the things that have come up in the comments. People have asked, well, what about Beaumont? So it may be something that as we look through the transfer process that we may want to make that window a little bit more open. That's a potential for Beverly Cleary students.
And then one final question, is it fair to assume that through the enrollment and transfer process last year, we didn't allow any outside students to transfer in?
No, we did allow siblings of transfer students to start at Beverly Cleary last year. There was a small number of them, I think 5.
Okay.
And there is a special education classroom that draws students in from across the district. Okay. And that's the limit of it.
Okay, great, thanks.
So Judy, before you go on, I'm looking at the enrollment data analysis that you provided us that talks about utilization.
Okay.
And so I hear you say something like Beaumont doesn't have room. I'm just not sure how to make sense of these numbers, because right now, according to this, the utilization is 74%.
Okay.
And then there are some schools that seem like Astor's at 117%, but somehow we're not talking about Astor, we're talking about other schools that have slightly less. So I'm just, I don't understand how to make sense of those numbers, or what they're telling me.
They're not like the Saffir-Simpson scale, where the bigger you get, you're absolutely sure that the condition is significantly worse. But it may be. Astor is a school that I would categorize as uncomfortable, that's concerned about their enrollment, but they've managed to cope well within the spaces that are available to them. They got a couple of modulars 3 years ago that's helped with that. When I say that I see Beaumont as full, I don't mean the building can't hold additional students. Within the staffing that's provided, within the structure that they're operating now, they're operating as a full middle school. It doesn't mean that we couldn't add additional students in there. It wasn't one of our first considerations. I would say we probably, well, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't even say that. To move an entire, say, 7th and 8th grade over there, which would be approximately 180 or 200 students, and to make a big impact on a school that's only going to last, say, for a year, is a significant change, and we have to be really cautious about that big of an impact on an existing building that's already operating at sort of full size. Now, what's available at Rose City Park right now is essentially half an empty building, with half of it being used for access. So access has moved in, they're in about half the building, and there's a lot of available space right there that doesn't require a lot of shifting or changing for the program that's on site. It also, so that's why we've gone there. But I would say, like, these options are not necessarily set in stone. We gave a lot of information to the community last week. A lot of it's based on what they had said to us in terms of, values and interests in the past. We'll see what comes out of Thursday nights, and then, as I said, we'll come back to you to keep you abreast of how things are moving forward.
And to your point that you just made, I mean, taking 7th and 8th graders and putting them at Beaumont goes against what I heard you say is the community value of a K-8. They would lose their 7th and 8th grade, so. Right. Director Buell?
Having come out of school systems where they used a lot of modular classrooms, actually 10 of them in a brand new school that they built 2 years before in Evergreen School District that I was in. They built the classroom, got all these kids, and they put in 10 modular rooms in there. That doesn't seem to be one of our, it seems like in Portland Public Schools, we totally shy away from that almost. Why don't we just put 2 modular schools at Beverly Cleary, the upper, and 2 over there, plenty of room down there in little Beverly Cleary at Holyrood, and be done with it and move on.
So I'm wondering if Tony Magliano or CJ Sylvester happens to be in the room and wants to just check to make sure that Judy doesn't say the wrong thing.
Don't we even
here.
have some old ones sitting around when we have to buy new ones?
I would like to
Probably.
say that it's not PPS necessarily that's shying away. We're not shy about portables or modulars, villas.
Portables, I like portables. Are better.
We are, they are a significant investment. Our city here in Portland, which may be different than in other places, has a lot of requirements that come with what it takes to bring those on the ground. It takes about 10 months to go through the entire process of siting and placing. The investment is significant. We don't have the luxury of just placing very temporary structures in most of our campuses. And specifically at Beverly Cleary, we have some significant field modifications that were funded through a grant.
Correct.
That were just finished recently that would have to be the site for the new modulars.
Are we down there lobbying to get them to put in more reasonable things for us to be able to do that when we need to do that over the short term? I mean, have we lobbied, are we down there lobbying at whoever's making those rules down at, I mean, see what I'm saying? If we're out beyond, when I was up in Vancouver teaching in Evergreen, I had a brand new building. They put in 10 portables. Like the second year, put in 8, then 10, and they did it right away, kind of. Over the summer, right? We're going to be short, so we put in some portables. We can't do that in Portland, or are we lobbying? Why don't we go down and lobby them and say, hey, we need to have this kind of flexibility. You're messing us up. I mean,
the city's willing to work with us on Tony Magliano, Deputy Chief.
Yeah, I know.
Officer. The city will work with us on modular placement. The timeline for doing that, usually you want to start that process early December and sooner in order to have them in place. But at Beverly Cleary, there really isn't the space there to put them. That field, like Judy mentioned, was built using grant funding, and to take that away, it also takes away play space for kids.
What about the one at Holyrood? At Holyrood, there seems like there's space down that one side when I was out there.
It also, so if we're placing modulars for smaller kids, the city's made a requirement that they need to include restrooms, and they have to be what we call a wet modular. So the cost to put in a modular with water and plumbing, believe it or not, is over the $400,000 mark.
For one modular.
For one modular, so 2 classrooms. in terms of what we've been spending out of the facilities budget in the last 6 years that I've been with the district is really taking away from our ability to take care of basic needs in our schools. So the facilities is funded to fix roofs, maintain classroom spaces, and not funded to add modulars or to do the capacity improvements. And that's having a huge impact on our budget. So we've been looking for lower cost solutions that can still provide adequate learning spaces for kids. So I think that's what's driven us to these options, which are also, as Judy alluded to, community-driven options as well. I don't know, does that answer your question?
Oh, yeah, it answered my question real well, Tony. Thank you very much.
Great.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks, Tony. Don't go too far. Okay. Moving forward.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you for your comments regarding Beverly Clear. I'm going to shift a little bit to Lincoln High School, and here's the stats on Lincoln, another school that's been growing at a pace above what is anticipated, and one that we're watching very closely. They're experiencing very large class sizes, limited common spaces. What we've done over the last years is curtail transfers. There are no regular transfers into Lincoln High School, although we have maintained the Spanish immersion program there. And there have been a number of really creative facility changes that have been implemented with a lot of support and guidance both from the administration, the community. And there's a lot of shared sacrifice on that campus. People are willing to hold classes in difficult spaces, do their jobs in spaces that very different than they would in other places. I know some of you are very familiar with that. We are concerned that additional growth is going to lead to even greater health, safety, and student achievement challenges. We think it's serious enough that we should try something this year instead of just waiting and watching and seeing them in an even more difficult situation next year. So what we would like to propose is that we would allow voluntary transfer to Wilson High School and that be a guarantee. And because it comes in at the guarantee level, it's actually something that requires board action, and that's why we're bringing it to your attention, and we'll come back to you for approval next week. The Bridal Mile neighborhood has had this option available for almost 10 years, and there's some statistics, I think, in a memo that's in your packet on how well that's gone. We think expanding it to the rest of Lincoln would be helpful. We also want to point out that Lincoln students have other great options available across the city, strong programs in less crowded environments that they could take advantage of as well. And finally, that we're going to be watching this really closely. We hope that voluntary transfers are something that will provide enough relief that it's more comfortable at Lincoln next year. But we may come back. We would certainly come back to the community and school leadership if this isn't a successful strategy to see what else needs to be done. And we would do that in advance of coming and talking to you anymore about any other changes that we would make at Lincoln. We are not proposing the kind of difficult enrollment changes that I just talked about at Beverly Cleary for Lincoln at this time. We could, but we don't think that it's going to be necessary, and we would want to avoid those kinds of changes, especially later in the spring. So we're going to be watching this really closely, working with both Wilson and Lincoln to try and encourage that. And the feeder schools, I think Jackson and West Sylvan, where those 8th grade families are, is a good place for Wilson to have a lot of conversations to see if it makes a positive difference for Lincoln. And Trip Goodall and John Isaacs are both here to help answer questions. So if there's any questions about this option.
Director Curler?
Yeah, so why? So Wilson transfer it at will. Why not the other schools? Why only through the lottery?
Oh, thank you. Let me clarify that Wilson wouldn't be open to transfer for any other students except for this option, whereas the other schools do have transfer slots. So there's ample room for transfers at Roosevelt, at Jefferson, at Madison. There's considerable space at Benson. I'll be talking about that in a moment. So there's already a mechanism in place that would allow those students to transfer.
Okay.
Under other circumstances, there wouldn't be this mechanism for Wilson.
Grant and Cleveland?
I don't understand that. How many kids are at Wilson right now?
1,200 and...
I thought that we were still looking at that as being relatively small. So we're happy with that enrollment?
We'd like it to go up, which is, it would like to be a good thing.
Right, so this is an
Right.
avenue...
Well, I'm just asking why wouldn't other kids have an opportunity to transfer into Wilson? I mean, that, I think, was your question, right? Sort of your question.
Both that and also, yeah.
Yep, so there's 1,230 students at Wilson this year. And through the normal lottery mechanism, students at Lincoln could wind up getting bumped from students from other schools. So if we're most concerned right now about providing an option that would bring relief to Lincoln, allowing the guarantee assures that. It's not a lottery. It isn't subject to chance. It isn't subject to whether other kids would be permitted to come in or not. Our thinking was that there would be a sufficient number of students that would take advantage of that we wouldn't open Wilson to other lotteries. But we haven't opened the lottery yet. The slots aren't final. So those decisions are made by the regional administrators, principals, and through the superintendent.
So can I just do a little follow-up, just so I'm sure I understand this? Wilson makes some sense in terms of proximity, but if Benson, Jefferson, Roosevelt, and Madison are currently under-enrolled, would you look at doing a guarantee? I mean, if you're really trying to give Lincoln families an opportunity to move out, is there a reason why you do a guarantee only to Wilson as opposed to any of those schools?
That was my question.
No, we could guarantee to the others. No, we could guarantee the others as well if it provided additional incentive. We don't think that a Lincoln applicant, especially given what we're about to talk about with Benson, who applied to any of those other schools would be denied through the regular lottery. Whereas at Wilson, if we opened the lottery and there were applicants from other spaces without the guarantee, a Lincoln applicant could be denied. We would want to avoid that. But at the other schools, because of their capacity, because of their size in the lottery, because of other things, and if that is just too much insider knowledge, and it would just be a lot clearer if we said, if you're in Lincoln, you're guaranteed to go to another school that has space, and here's the schools, we could do that too.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Is that more what?
Makes more sense.
Can I ask a quick question before you move on from this? At some point, it was framed as transfer students are down significantly at Lincoln. But when I look at the graph, I mean, it's down 16 from 2008. Can you talk to me, how is that happening?
So we've curtailed access for new transfer students, but Lincoln houses a Spanish immersion program that still has kids that come from other schools outside of their region. Their region is all of Wilson and Lincoln cluster. But there are other students from outside that region who are in the program as well. And they do house a classroom that's part of that Pioneer program for special education students. So there's a couple of reasons that we know kids would be there from other places. Additionally, Portland Public Schools has our very generous clause that allows students to enter a school as a neighborhood student, and then if they move, they could stay to the highest grade. So there's a variety of factors that lead to that number. The annual lottery is probably the least likely way that those kids got into Lincoln. It's often what we think of when we say transfers.
Okay. And my last question, some of my board colleagues were probably here for the original discussion. I was not. And this might be opening a whole huge can of worms into the communities that I'm about to say this. I apologize. I'm not trying to dig up something. But is there a reason that we wouldn't just temporarily, and I know that we have a district review process, but why the recommendation isn't to take, for example, Bridal Mile and move those kids to Wilson? I see the.
Just change the boundary.
Just change the boundary for this temporary
I think
time.
that would be on the table, so I would hope it's part of the broader process, because that's what it used to be.
It's part of the broader process, but I just wonder why that's not a suggested relief, which would bring immediate relief.
Well, it wouldn't at Lincoln,
Well,
though.
not at Lincoln,
It wouldn't-
right.
I mean, it wouldn't bring
Yeah,
short-term
I think
immediate.
in some ways
Right,
it
it
would
would.
just shift the
Yeah.
problem perhaps over to Wilson too. I mean, I'm not sure that that's, I think that the idea here was to try to figure out something on a temporary basis until we could have a deeper discussion about the overall issue. And that can include a whole variety of things, but I assume that's why it wasn't in here.
And to the degree that we have a voluntary option that we believe will be successful, then we would like to avoid the mandatory forms of transfer that are a lot more difficult for families and schools to respond to, especially in a short period of time. We understand that the Beverly Cleary community is going through this right now at that more difficult level. There are different factors that influence that. But we don't think we're there yet with Lincoln. We'd like to not get there. We believe the long-term process is the best way to sort out that and many other issues.
So is it safe to say in our memo, a couple of staff suggestions were made on other options other than voluntary transfers? And it sounds like, Judy, in your presentation that you're not really looking at those.
I'm sorry. Please restate your question. It's restarting on its own for me, and that distracted me. I apologize.
In your memo to us, it looked like staff was providing some other potential options if the voluntary transfer situation didn't work out. But in your remarks, it sounded like you're kind of moving away from those at that point with the hope that the voluntary option works. Is that fair enough to say?
It is, and the intent
And
of
that
the
there'll be a
memo was
community
to
discussion instead or
was to
something?
describe what could be, but was not. It wasn't a threat, and it certainly wasn't a signal of clear direction that we know we would take at another point. It was just an indication that we're serious about it and that we could look at other things in the future, but not that we were intent on doing those things at this time.
And just to be clear, thank you very much, that's helpful. In terms of we could look at it, are we talking about we, the whole Lincoln community, or are we talking about we staff?
I think that any actions that go beyond this voluntary transfer would have to include a broader group of community stakeholders.
Thank you.
We'd pledge to do that.
Thank you.
I think you just have to push cancel.
All right, gang. Yes. And we're from the current slide. We are back on track. Thank you for that technical assistance.
And can I also just remind everybody that when you have an 87% capture rate at one of our high schools, and we have close at some of our others, that's something that we all should be celebrating. And oftentimes we seem to present these as problems and so awful, as opposed to, oh my gosh, isn't this amazing that 87% of families choose to send their kids. And we have several high schools in that category, and it is something that, especially as an urban district, we should be celebrating.
This is the right problem for us
It's
to
an awesome
have.
problem to
It's
have.
still a problem, and we want to take it seriously, but thank you for reminding us why it's a good thing. Okay, so our final topic for tonight, before you get to switch gears yet again, is about Benson High School. Another one that you would think, well, can't this wait for the long-term process? We believe that it should be a part of the long-term process, but we'd like to try some things now to inform that long-term process, so we're going to talk to you for a minute about that. And again, Tripp, John Isaac's here to help with any questions that we have. So Benson currently has about 830 students. It was approved through high school system design to be 850. That approval wasn't meant to last for all time. There was supposed to be a lot of review of that, and part of that review is happening now. We see some interesting factors with Benson. High demand, and many of you may have heard last spring when we had 407 applicants for those 250 seats and a lot of students denied. A lot of pain came with those denials. And yet, when it was time to actually get started this fall, many of the students who initially opted in, opted out, leaked out to other schools or left the system, we went back through the entire wait list and still only wound up with 240 approvals into 9th grade this year. In addition, we saw a higher level of attrition, fewer students remaining from 9th to 10th grade and 10th to 11th grade is what we had seen in past years. And they're not dramatically different trends, but it's enough that we worry about that long-term sustainability. So we look at Benson's enrollment and we think, oh, maybe there's room to grow here and to change things. But we also are very conscious when we talk about Benson enrollment, it's more than just a number. And underneath that number are some remarkable notes. For example, in 2012, 71% of the kids at Benson came from just 3 neighborhoods. Those 3 neighborhoods made up 35% of all the high school kids in our system. But double that proportion was actually attending Benson High School. So anything that we do to make changes at Benson is going to have an impact elsewhere, and specifically an impact on those schools. I'm moving very quickly. There's more information in your packet. We're happy to answer questions. We'll just cut right to the chase. We are proposing increasing the 9th and 10th grade slots for Benson slightly next year to help offset that lower number that was in there this year. And we also believe that we need to do that within a frame of a pilot weighting to improve the geographic parity of student approvals. And I'd like to spend a moment talking with you about that, because that action requires your attention. It requires board action. So that's one of the reasons we're emphasizing it with you. But it's all really what we consider a package deal. There are multiple ways to address enrollment at Benson. We met with the Psych Council and PTSA and Alumni Association last week, and they're all in to help support all of these options, including allowing more upper grades transfers for students who may be at other schools, identify that Benson hands-on style might be appropriate for them, and through an individual process, through referrals with counselors, get more kids coming across into Benson. Right now, you can't enter Benson outside of the lottery, so no slots at 11th or 12th grade. And then finally, efforts to beef up their retention rate so that the kids that they get are the kids that stick. So as I said, I'm going to focus on what we're calling the regional balancer, and even better, if you know I call it the Benson balancer, like the Benson bubbler. And nobody's laughed at that yet. You're really tired if you're laughing at that one now. Okay. I'm focused on that in part because in my wonky world, it's interesting, and I'm the one sitting in front of you, and also because it is the one that requires your action. So there's a table in your packet that gave you a little more information about how it could work. A couple of the high points are that our standard lottery just doesn't consider where a student lives as a factor. So we see the impact of where kids live on the other side after all is said and done, but the lottery doesn't see it up front. So this is a way for the lottery to see something else up front. Two of our schools, specifically Madison and Roosevelt, have routinely had more than 50 neighborhood students approved to Benson each year. And that gets them to that 2 FTE place where you're moving, you've got 2 fewer FTE in a school, the school that they're leaving behind. So what we see is that that 50 is almost like a tipping point where you can almost assure a negative impact on the students and programs at the schools that you're leaving behind. So we look to see, is there anything that we can do to bring in some balance so that fewer schools were seeing approvals above that 50 student mark, and what would the impact be on other schools? So as I said, there's a chart that sort of takes you through different models. We modeled the 2012-13 and 2013-14 lotteries to see if it would work. The regional balancer finds the highest possible numbers of students who could be accepted from all schools, S on the end of that. So how many schools could get to that number, and it works within that number. It's not a cap, or it's not, we often call buckets, because then you would be obligated to fill the whole thing up, and if you might be able to get to an even lower number. So it doesn't start from like a maximum number of the kids you would take. It just kind of finds a level number in between. So here's my brief example between Franklin and Madison, the number of applicants, actual approvals, and how you would if you had balanced approvals, what the difference would be between the two. The bottom line is you can increase your slots without exacerbating the negative impacts on smaller comprehensive schools. So if you're really interested in giving more access to Benson for kids across the district, this is a way to achieve those goals. We're looking at this as a pilot. We hope that it works and we hope that it's right, but we want to watch it closely. There are additional efforts that are underway that may just equalize the applicant pool. If the applicant pool was equal, like if kids were equally applying from everywhere, you wouldn't need these kinds of balancers. Increasing CTE at comprehensive high schools, which is an important topic in the community and with you as a board, is one way that we may have more equal interest. So maybe less interest from some places, more interest from others. We know that we won't be able to replicate every program at Benson. We hope that there's always strong interest for that school. And also raising greater awareness of Benson's programs at schools who have had traditionally lower applicant rates. So particularly schools on the west side don't seem as interested in Benson now as they did a number of years ago. Maybe that's something that we can work on. It's important to point out that the balancer will probably have an impact on the racial and socioeconomic diversity at Benson and other schools if we are not mindful for how we apply it. So this actually came to our attention when we were with Psych Council last week at Benson, and they asked if we could be very clear that the weight that's available for socioeconomic status in the lottery would certainly be applied to students who were applying from the schools coming into this, so that the socioeconomic factor would still be present and make a difference even as we were applying the regional factor. We haven't revised any language in the draft resolution to reflect that yet. We're still thinking about it, but we're really intrigued by it, and it seems like a reasonable point that we absolutely want to pursue. And that ultimately the results from this would be incorporated into our district-wide process. Okay, so that's the brief overview on the regional balancer and other efforts to adjust enrollment at Benson. Questions or comments for us?
Director Buell?
Why don't we just do this? You got 50 kids that come from Madison to Benson. So essentially following those 50 kids, we moved 2 FTE into Benson. Correct? Am I correct there?
That's oversimplified, but yeah, that was the point that I was making.
Okay. And we have 50 kids that come, let's say, from Jefferson, and 50 kids, new kids that come in from Roosevelt. And so so essentially 6 FTE moves into Benson. Well, why don't we just put the FTE in Benson and then leave the FTE in Madison, Roosevelt, and Jefferson? So when those schools, when kids leave those schools, they keep the FTE there, which means that the program gets richer because now they have 2 extra FTE and 50 less kids, and that all for a total of $600,000, which I can find tomorrow talking to Mr. Wynn or Mr. Sullivan. If someone would like me to do that, I'll sit down and I'll find that money. So we just, for $600,000, we create a better deal at Madison, we open up Benson. I mean, it seems to me like might be a good way to go possibly, I don't know.
So as your enrollment director, I'm not sure that I'm the best person to comment on that.
Well, I mean, what's wrong?
I appreciate the
what's wrong with my suggestion if we have the $600,000, which we have?
So I believe that your suggestion is oriented towards how we might just spend or use our resources differently and not just have the dollars follow the students. And as the superintendent and board and through the budget process could absolutely do that.
In that case, so one of the things that concerns me about trying to regionally balance stuff is one of the things about Benson is they pick up specific types of kids, and those specific types of kids are ones who really want to do hopefully what's at Benson. And a lot of times that's their step out of poverty to some degree. I mean, that's a role that Benson's played for years and years and years. So why don't we just spend $600,000 and solve the problem, and Benson has more kids, and we don't have to restrict the kids from those neighborhoods who want to get up and want to do that, and we keep their high school with that extra 2 FTE. They have less kids, but we just leave the FTE there. I mean, it seems like a very, very, very small cost, $600,000 in our budget to do that. It's hardly nothing. Well, I mean, would somebody consider that? I mean, how would I go about, would I have to make an amendment or something here down the line, or what?
I think what I hear Judy saying is that that's not her role to do that. That is a budget discussion about FTE. Judy's role is to fix the...
She could do it, though. She could suggest it. The superintendent could suggest it through her and say, here's how we should solve this problem. But she could do that, right? Okay.
Actually, we have done it that way in better budget times. Like, I think part of the impact of as we've been cutting budgets is that you end up seeing where the enrollment disparities. We haven't been able to cushion programs in exactly the way that you're suggesting. So in other moments in time, I think we have done that more.
Yeah. And it's a good idea to do it again.
It's also worth noting that if you look at, and I was just looking it up on our website, if you look at our school profiles, and I think I was looking at 2012-13 is the latest one on the website. If you look at the amount we're spending per student at our different high schools, there's already a huge swing where we're almost spending twice as much, for example, at Jefferson and Roosevelt than we are at, the two lowest ones are Lincoln and Grant, and you'd be exacerbating that even more at some level. So I think it is something that should be part of a budget discussion rather than,
Director Curler, did I see you?
Yeah, thank you. What would be the result if you put this regional balancer, your Benson balancer, on, and you lifted all the cap? You had no cap. What would that look like? What would it look like next year?
You mean if we just took every applicant? Which cap?
Yeah,
would you?
I'm referring to there's a cap on Benson at 850, and now there's been a cap for freshmen. Correct?
Yes, we set enrollment slots to a certain number.
Yeah.
So you're proposing that there's no limit?
Yeah, what would that look like with your regional balancer?
Well, the regional balancer wouldn't make a difference. It wouldn't do anything, because if everybody who applies gets in, then your school looks like your applicant pool. So your school's gonna look like, 70.
And so what do you think that'll look like next year if we didn't have the cap?
I think do you want me to guess what the number of kids in Benson might be?
Mm-hmm.
That's really hard to tell, but imagine a freshman class of 350 instead of 250, so that's an additional 100 kids, and I mean, you'd be at probably maybe 960, 970 next year.
Mm-hmm.
But you could calculate pretty clearly where you would have lower enrollment in the system to,
right,
yeah,
right,
because of that.
Okay, I mean, just personally, I'm really uncomfortable with a cap, because I think I'm uncomfortable with the cap, and I'm also uncomfortable after reading this memo is that we don't really know what the right enrollment is for a healthy, thriving Benson, is what I read in this memo. Is that true?
I don't know that our objective was to call out what a healthy, thriving enrollment at Benson is. I mean, we just came off a 2-year process that set our high school system and put Benson at 850 in that system and set out a number of parameters around trying to create parity across the comprehensive schools. So from a system level, it's hard to look at optimizing Benson without looking at what that does to the rest of the system. If that's your interest, or if that's your you're wondering right now is what's optimal size for Benson.
Well,
I'm not
it's
sure
said
that's
in
what
the
set
memo
out to
that
do.
we don't know what the right enrollment is for Benson for it to be a healthy school. And
again, that gets to the point about the larger process and think about it as a system.
a recommended school size has not been developed.
So, Director Curler, John Isaac,
Yeah.
Senior Policy Advisor to the Superintendent. I think what you're referring to is that the high school system design report said that there would be work with Benson stakeholders in identifying an optimal enrollment for Benson High School. And it is true that the optimal enrollment for Benson has not been identified as explained in high school system design. So that is true.
Yeah.
One thing I'd like to add to this is that in developing these recommendations, we had significant dialogue with the Benson stakeholder community, with the PTSA, Benson alumni, the Benson staff, the administration. We also dialogued with high school principals from Jefferson, Roosevelt, Madison, and with the parents from Madison High School, the PTA leadership, and the leader of a group that calls themselves Mad Parents, which I think is pretty cool. And what struck me is at a values level in those conversations that the Benson community what they were really looking for is the district looking to engage with them and creating a pathway to future growth, and that they were actually at a values level interested in a solution that does bring more regional balance to the student body at Benson. They're just as concerned about what they perceive to be low enrollment as they are the fact that we only had 4 applicants from the Lincoln cluster last year. So what I heard at a values level was appreciation that we're looking at how we can put Benson on a path to future growth in a way that does bring regional balance to the student body, because they see their school as something that should be serving the whole community and not just having nearly 3/4 of the student body coming from one part of the city. What we heard when we met with the Madison parent leaders was refreshingly a real interest in being creative in how we can continue to support the future growth of the enrollment at Madison, which is their main concern. And Director Buell, to the point you raised, I can tell you my dialogue with the Madison parents, they would be concerned about a technical solution that would allow more kids to leave Madison. They want to see us have a plan to continue to grow the enrollment there, and it's more than just FTE. It's about support for programs, after school programs, athletics, and everything that comes with having a larger school. But they appreciated that we need to put Benson on a path to being able to grow the enrollment, and they were willing to work with us in a way to do that. So what I heard from the two communities wasn't, hey, just think about us. What I heard is, hey, this is really creative thinking. We appreciate this. We like that the district's looking at ways to find solutions that supports the continued enrollment health across the system, but also recognizes that we need to put Benson on the path to growth. And as laid out in your memo, the whole way to do that is laid out in high school system redesign. We said there's going to be a proportion of the enrollment at focus option high schools. We're not there. There's room to grow our focus option high schools within the targets set in high school system redesign. But high school system redesign said we're going to work to bring a balanced student body to Benson, and that clearly hasn't been established. The cap has helped. It's been a tool in helping bring the balance across the system, but I think, as we said in the memo, it's sort of a crude solution, and it hasn't done anything to change the proportion of the enrollment. And so this is, and we received positive feedback from the Benson leader, the leaders of the site council and the stakeholder groups we met with, that they think this actually can be the solution to bring future growth to Benson while bringing that regional balance to the student body.
Yeah, and I would this is just all discussion. So, and thinking about it in my own head. But I mean, I think the way to bring about really robust regional participation in Benson is to give Benson what it needs to be the best career technical education school in the country. And you don't do that by capping it. So these are the kind of things that I'm personally struggling with.
May I make one comment? I just want to make it very clear that we don't believe, that the Benson community does not believe that students from certain areas should not be served by their school. A different concern is that kids from certain areas might look at Benson as, a better solution because they don't think they can get a full comprehensive program in their neighborhood school. And so Benson is more of a draw, and it may not be, I agree that Benson draws certain students and attracts those students. My own son went there, but it needs to be a pull and not something that kids are running from. So having strong comprehensives everywhere in our city helps make sure that kids aren't running from, that they're running to, and that's one of the reasons that we're interested in the balancer.
And the last thing I'd say is that from a staff recommendation perspective, this is definitely about, in terms of what the superintendent asked us to do, creating the foundation in order to grow the enrollment. So that we would expect that if the balancer works the way the modeling projected, that it would result in us coming back to the board in future academic years with the recommendation of increasing the target enrollment above the 850 where it is now. But in order to get to that 850, as we said, we already have to increase the number of opportunities at the freshman and sophomore level because we fell below that this year. The other thing is, in high school system redesign, there's already a precedent that when Benson is successful in retaining more kids than projected, that the district has allowed the enrollment to grow above that 850. So that was laid out in high school system redesign as a precedent. So that's why and the response we got from the staff there was very positive to that in terms of working on better retention strategies there that would grow the enrollment to somewhere around 900 this year, and put it on the path to growth in the future.
Go ahead.
I thought it was interesting that you were having the discussion about our kids going to Benson or running from these other schools. This is sort of bringing us full circle with a conversation we had earlier. My personal opinion is if they are going to Benson because they want the career technical education opportunities, it is even more important that we ensure that our comprehensive neighborhood schools like Roosevelt and Madison actually have strong career technical education opportunities right there in their own neighborhood school. And in fact, that might give students the opportunity in their junior and senior year, if they realize that they absolutely love those hands-on learning opportunities, to think about transferring into Benson and doing the whole deal there. So it kind of brings that whole conversation full circle, that if they're running from schools because they're not getting what they want, let's give them what they want in their neighborhood schools, and, by the way, let's lift the cap at Benson as soon as we can. So I was glad to hear you kind of doing that conversation. I had two questions for you. One's a little off the walls, but the first one is, you seem to be indicating that we don't seem to be retaining students at Benson the way we have in the past, which is a little bit alarming in terms of their graduation rate that we've been talking about is pretty wonderful, or it has been. So do we understand what's happening there? And then I have a slightly off-the-wall question after that.
Okay, so the changes in retention year over year that we saw between 12-13 and 13-14 aren't dramatic, and it isn't the kind of change that would influence those long-term graduation rates that you're thinking about. But to say it simply, over the last couple of years, more kids that started at Benson have been remaining at Benson, and then last year we saw lower numbers coming back. So we're not quite sure what's underneath all of that, but Benson is a school that keeps a lot of its own kids. It doesn't have another way for kids to get in upper grades, so that's really important, and they take this very seriously. But we did see a little bit of a change in that this year, and it helped contribute to them being at 830 instead of higher numbers. It wasn't just the freshman class that made a difference, but it puts a lot of pressure on having a huge freshman class and a huge lottery output if you have to plan for a lot of attrition between 9th and 10th, 10th and 11th, and 11th and 12th. So we think that we can shore it up in multiple ways. That's why we raised that issue. We're not concerned that they're not retaining kids or that it's unhealthy. It's just that in a school like Benson, that's by design at this point pretty small, the more kids you keep, the better it is in the long run. It matters more there than it does probably in a comprehensive, where you have kids that can move in and the like.
Okay. Do you know where those kids are going, Judy?
Not exactly, and I will just say to you right now, this has been a difficult fall to answer those kinds of important questions, in part because of the changeover in our student information system and the ability to really track where kids are. We're just not quite where we would normally be at this time of year. So good question, off the wall.
All right, so off the wall question. We're talking now about kind of geographic balancing in terms of the student body at Benson. One of the things that I noticed is that our current student body at Benson is 55% boys, 45% girls.
Mm-hmm.
Are we looking at any gender balancing approach? Because I'm assuming most of our other community comprehensives, that's not the case. So is there anything that we're doing to try to increase enrollment of girls at Benson?
Well, there's a weight in the lottery to make it easier for girls to get approved over boys. It's a very small weight. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
it's a very small weight.
okay.
And it's not a big enough weight that it overcomes the applicant pool, right? So when you just have a whole bunch more boys than girls, even a little bit of, even a weight doesn't do that much. The whole question of whether the weights for socioeconomic status and gender are big enough and there should be other weights are really the kind of thing that SACIT is going to be chewing on a lot because they're important for these kinds of questions. But there is a weight in place right now.
I didn't realize that. Good, okay.
Other comments, questions?
Just one last comment, which is to say thank you. I know there's been a lot of work put on in this, and Superintendent Smith, I know you've been helping direct it, and so it's so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
See you next week.
Well, I'll just add in that I really love the creativity.
Yeah.
Nice way
Yeah.
to finesse it and to make sure that we have students from across the district that are going to Benson. I like it. It's great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to our dual language immersion update and initial recommendations. Superintendent Smith.
And I'm just going to welcome this very patient group who's been waiting all night to do a presentation that the board has actually been waiting for a number of years, because it's been a priority of the board to expand our dual language immersion programs, and we have been working and preparing for it, and you're now going to hear the rollout. So Debbie Armendar, dual language program director, and Michael Bacon, assistant director.
Hi, good evening. So just to reintroduce myself, I'm Debbie Armendariz, and I am the interim director of dual language immersion. And I have with me Michael Bacon, who's assistant director. And we are just going to dive right into our presentation, seeing as how my bedtime starts in about 5 minutes. All right, so today I'm going to share with you the context for expansion of immersion programs. I'll talk to you a little bit about the community and stakeholder input process that we followed that really kept us energized and engaged in the work. And I'll talk a little bit about the impact of expansion on increasing access for all students to immersion programs, and then I'll share with you the recommendations. Which you did receive in the packet, and the public can link to at the immersion website. Okay. All right, so the context for immersion. There was a board resolution that was passed indicating that we were to expand programs. And this is after an understanding from the board and Portland Public Schools that we are identifying the expansion of dual language immersion programs as high leverage for closing the achievement gap with emerging bilinguals, but also with our historically underserved populations. We have aligned our work to the strategic plan for closing the achievement gap, and I want to call out 2 segments of that plan. That is collaborating with families and communities, which we did extensively through this process, and the idea of providing relevant and rigorous programs for all students. We believe that teaching students in 2 languages is rigorous, and that providing students with instruction in their language that supports their cultural background is relevant. We were also guided by the racial equity policy and plan, and specifically strategy number 4 calls out providing access for native speakers of other languages to dual immersion programs as a high leverage strategy. The key performance indicators that are aligned to the racial equity policy and plan were also an anchor for us, and I'll talk a little bit about key performance indicator number 6 in another slide that I have, but that one is about acknowledging that for our students of color, it is helpful and supportive that the staff who teach them reflect their racial, cultural, and ethnic background. This work also comes in the context of our spell work, and our spell work has been driven by the special ed department and the ESL department working collaboratively So SPELL stands for Special Education, and ELL for English Language Learners. So the place where we have students that qualify for both of those services, that is a place where, as a district, we are really underserving students. I'll give you one example of a statistic that shows this, and that is, as a district, 13% of our student population qualifies for special education, but within the English language learner population, 17% qualify for special education. So we believe that there's an overrepresentation of students who are English language learners within our special education programs. And the majority of those students are actually classified under communication disorder. So our hope is to turn a communication disorder into a child who is bilingual, bicultural, and biliterate. Yes, we're all into that. So in the fall, I think I was 8 days or so into my work, and I shared with you the interim recommendations for expansion. Since then, we have been working engaged in a feasibility study, looking at which of those recommendations we can really bring to fruition through this process. We have engaged our communities extensively, and let me see. I want to call your attention to some specific pages within the recommendation that call out the process that we followed for each one of those different language groups. And that's on page 10 for the Mandarin program, page 16 for the Vietnamese program, and the Spanish program is on page 21. So we talked to teachers at the schools. We talked to community agents that are already connected to the parent populations. We talked to other school staff. We talked to school community organizations, PTAs, and site councils. They were all very engaged in the work. They had a lot of questions, really good questions, that you will see reflected in the FAQs that are attached to each of the recommendations. And we worked with our community partners, I want to call out just a few of them, with the Asian Pacific American Network of Oregon, APANO, and the Vietnamese Community of Oregon with VENCO, as well as the Albina Head Start. So Michael and I have really enjoyed working with these partners and developing a relationship that has helped us develop the recommendations that we're sharing with you tonight, but that will also develop partners for us in moving the work forward and identifying additional sites for expansion and how to move through implementation. We talked with parent communities in their language. So for each one of these programs, we had meetings in English and we had meetings in the partner language. All right. So I want to share with you just a little bit about where we are currently with DLI programs. We have over 4,000 students in dual language immersion program. 56% of those students are students of color, and 40% of them are on free and reduced lunch. So it's quite a diverse group. We have approximately 130 teachers, and 66% of the teachers are teachers of color. So this part is the part that really aligns to key performance indicator number 6. We believe that in the immersion programs, children are more likely to have a diversity of teachers and more likely to be able to see themselves in the face of the teacher that's teaching them. So our recommendations for next year would increase the kindergarten enrollment in dual language immersion by 200 students. As those students go through high school in 13 years, if this were the only expansion that we did, we would have an additional 2,600 students in immersion programs. We are currently at 21 schools. We're looking at adding 4 schools next year. Then there would be 2 additional schools as they go through the middle school and high school to 27 schools. And I want to share with you, this is really my most exciting slide. This is the for the first time kind of pieces that our recommendations take us to. I hope you will share in my excitement. Feel free to interrupt with applause. All right, for the first time in PPS, all of our immersion programs will be reserving slots for native speakers. Thank you. Some of our immersion programs were not created with an equity lens. They were not created for the purpose of closing the achievement gap. And now that we're in a different place, we are able to bring these programs into alignment with our strategic plan, with our equity policy, with the values that we hold. For the first time, 23 native Chinese speakers will have equitable access to our only Mandarin immersion program. These families, when we talked with them at the community meeting, were very engaged and I would say angry that they have not been able to access these programs. 100 students will be participating in the Mandarin immersion program at King. And 50 students in the St. John's area will participate in the Spanish immersion program. The St. John's area, which is Sinton and James John, represent the two largest schools that have the largest number of Spanish speakers that are not accessing immersion programs. And for the first time, PPS will launch our first Vietnamese immersion program in our state. Go for it, go for it. All right, so I'm going to go through the recommendations. The first one is the Woodstock. So again, this is a program that was not created for the purpose of serving students from different backgrounds equitably. It was not created to give equitable access, and what our recommendations will bring it in line with that. So 41% of the slots would be reserved for native Chinese speakers at the Mandarin program in Woodstock. Through the community engagement that we had there, we identified, we were able to rule out the turning Woodstock into a full immersion school. There was a lot of support for the neighborhood program, and we identified a priority that that it was important to make sure that the neighborhood classrooms, the neighborhood kindergarten classrooms, were balanced, were comparable to the immersion classroom in size. Right now, they're not. So we really struggled to look at the slots and figure out a way that we could still grant access for transfers, native English transfers from outside of Woodstock, to provide equitable access for our native Chinese speakers, and to create class sizes that were going to be comparable in the neighborhood and the immersion classrooms. So our starting point is 41% of slots reserved for native Chinese speakers, moving towards 50%. We will be increasing.
Were you looking at any slots for heritage students?
Thank you for asking that. We have an FAQ. Yes, I'm going to explain what you just said. We have an FAQ about that within our Mandarin program. What she asked were about heritage speakers. So the DLI department acknowledges that heritage speakers sit in a tricky place. We can easily identify native speakers, and we are providing a definition for native speakers. But our heritage speakers are students who have a tie, in this case, to China, whether it's by birth or by a parent, but they don't speak the language. Right now, our difficulty in reserving slots for heritage speakers is that it has been legally problematic to sort students by their place of birth or by their ethnicity. So we are able to prioritize spots and reserve spots for children who speak a particular language, but not by their race or by their birthplace. So in that FAQ, I think lines it out a little more eloquently than I just said it, but that's on page 7.
Is that federal or state?
Federal.
Yeah.
Nobody in the country reserves any heritage spots for any of their children in any of their immersion programs in the entire United States?
I'm not aware of what I mean. It's possible, but what we found is that we cannot do that.
Beg your pardon?
What we found in talking with our legal counsel is that would not be advisable for us. That would be legally
No, but that's not
problematic.
that wasn't my question. My question is there any place in the United States that does give an edge to heritage speakers? Is there any place in the United States? Have we researched that?
I have not, and I do not know the answer to that.
And basically, our legal counsel probably isn't, has she researched that and given you a written brief you could share with me showing that we can't actually reserve spots for heritage speakers because nobody in the United States does it because it's a federal law?
She has not given me a legal brief. We had a
Okay.
conversation, and that was her guidance. So that's what I'm moving
Well, but
forward with.
we're going on a conversation, not a research. I mean, if you go to New Mexico, does New Mexico have heritage speakers in any of their programs, or Minnesota, or New Jersey? Have we looked at any of that stuff?
I can't speak for all the ways that our legal counsel arrived to that decision, but I know that it is based on what happened in Seattle. Yes, the Supreme Court. It was the Supreme Court's case similar.
Well, could you send me that case?
Can I send you that case?
Yes.
Sure, yeah, I think
Okay,
I can
thank you. I
figure that out.
appreciate
Yeah.
that.
My pleasure. Okay, heritage speakers. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, it's just, it's sad to me if you have, I mean, I've had parents who have come to me, they've adopted a child from China. They want that child to be able to retain that part of their heritage. And it just seems like there should be an opportunity somehow, some way. You know, if there's federal law that precludes that, it's a different discussion, I guess, but it does seem unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate, and I would even say that through our equity work, one of the things that we have discovered is that students that show up in an environment ethnically one way or are racialized to be of a certain ethnic background, but then they don't have the language to back up that racialization, really are doubly marginalized. So we definitely have an eye for that, and would love to figure out a way to include heritage speakers. We have not been able to do that so far.
I mean, for me, a lot of this conversation boils down to expanding access and increasing the number of programs, period. And
Yes.
So that's
Yes.
that's the bigger value, and appreciating that we need to do it in a thoughtful and do it well, and not just expand it so fast that we mess up and that they're bad programs, but that there are lots of this huge issue you bring up, and native speakers is a huge issue, and just everyone can benefit. So.
Yeah. It is our hope that we would expand programs and access so much that that wouldn't be an issue at all. Okay. Where was I? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Michael. And we would be increasing the total slots from 4 to 56, to 56, and we'd be increasing the neighborhood slots to 31 students. Increasing the neighborhood slots will really be able to help us balance the class sizes on the neighborhood side and on the immersion side.
Debbie, before you move on, so
Yes.
I remember a discussion last year with the Woodstock families. We were bringing them down from 3 kindergartens of 20, which was 60, to actually equalize. We thought it was unfair what we were doing, that they were having classes of 20 at kindergarten, and their neighborhood class had really high kindergarten. It doesn't sound like that proposed solution brought about the desired parity between those programs. Am I reading that right?
It moved us closer,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that this is going to, we hope that this will get us even closer to that. So I think that the spirit of that adjustment is the same as the spirit of what we're doing to try to get some equitable class sizes. We're just going about it. We've got another piece in it by providing access to native speakers, and we're just giving it another shot.
Yeah, Director Boo?
In the summary of recommendations, is this a misprint? It says, is in Woodstock immersion program, it says increase total slots by 4 to 56.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So it has 28 kids a class?
Mm-hmm. This year it was 26.
Okay, yes. And in King, it says 50 slots at first grade.
Yeah, we're trying to be responsive to the communities and to the class sizes that are currently existing in the communities. After talking with teachers and with family members at each of those, it is our recommendation that those would be the best lots for each of those schools.
So over at King, the teachers are saying we only want 25 kids in a class, but over at Woodstock, the teachers are saying we're willing to take 28 kids in a class.
So I didn't engage with a teacher in where they told me that at all, but we talked with the entire community. So that includes the teacher, the principal, the staff, the parents in that school community, and the parents interested in that school community. There's also different allocations for those schools.
And there are different allocations for those schools because somebody out in the community said they should be different, or the discussion came. I mean, I'm not following your reasoning. I'm having difficulty following your reasoning. Why it's different in each school. Now, maybe there's a good reason for it. I just can't follow your reasoning.
Well, there's additional students of color and students in poverty at King School. And so our equity formula, it's my understanding that adjusts for that as we provide staffing.
Significantly higher funding.
So are we doing that in our regular classrooms across the district, where we're adjusting each classroom size in every school different? In other words, in King School, we are saying we're limiting numbers at King School in the 3rd grade, not in immersion, but just in the 3rd grade, 28, but over at Forest Park, it's okay to have 36. I mean, that's an equity formula. And we're using it, you're saying that the equity formula is the reason you're doing this? But what about the rest of the district? Are we doing class size by equity formulas throughout the whole district? We didn't do it when we did EAs, say we could have cut down. It's confusing, your answer's confusing for me. So I guess I can just stay confused, but that's okay. I don't mind doing that. I've been confused on and off my whole life.
And the equity formula, when we're doing our regular staffing, actually impacts the whole school as opposed to individual grade levels or classrooms.
But the classrooms are smaller
And
on the average.
well, it provides more adults into us. The equity formula has the impact of providing more adults to a school.
But we have a class size formula that's based in the district on how poor a school is or how wealthy. So if you're sending your kid out there to Forest Park, you're going to have a class size formula.
We don't have a class size formula. The only grade level at which we actually say optimal class size is kindergarten, where we're shooting for 25.
So we don't have a class size formula based on equity anyplace else but these two schools?
We do a equity weighting in terms of how we allocate
Because we had some
staff.
in elementary school. How much do we weight the difference? What's the difference between Forest Park and?
Back onto.
Well,
Let us provide you some of that detail and let these guys get back to their presentation. I mean, truly, I can give you some stuff about what our formulas are. That will be how we do the staffing and where we do weighting. We can give you all the formulas.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So the slots at Woodstock would be adjusted to reflect the chart that is here, that is in your recommendations. And I want to make a distinction between Mandarin and Chinese. Mandarin we use to describe the program because the language of instruction is English and Mandarin. And Chinese is a language umbrella for all the languages that are spoken in China. Okay, so on to the King program. So at King, we are recommending the establishment of a Mandarin immersion program. This would have an instructional model that would be just like the one at Woodstock. It would start with 2 kindergarten classrooms, and this second part is really something that we put in here completely based on the community input that we received through this process. We would be starting with 2 first-grade classrooms. We heard from the kindergarten parents at King very loudly that they were very disappointed that they had not had an opportunity to participate in this program, and that they would very, very much like to for their children to participate. So starting in immersion, entry into immersion can really happen in kindergarten and first grade. So that's why we're proposing a kindergarten classroom as well as 2 kindergarten classrooms as well as 2 first grade classrooms, because the model will follow the Woodstock model. Then for this, we would only need 2 Mandarin teachers and 2 English-speaking teachers. And the slots at King are also, I just have to tell you that through the community engagement process, Michael and I learned so much. We really, every time we talked to teachers or to community partners or an organization or a parent group, our thinking around the recommendations was adjusted every single time. This reflects our work with Albina Head Start, which actually, this was the community partner that first called us, wanting for us to provide additional opportunities for their students, because at Albina Head Start, they currently have been providing Mandarin instruction to those students. So we would be reserving 21 slots at each grade level for students from the Albina Head Start. We would be reserving 11 for the sibling of current King students, and that again is because of the engagement of those parents. We would have 10 slots that would be for neighborhood or transfer students throughout the district, and we would be reserving 15% of the slots, which would be 8 in this case, for native speakers that would want to access the program at King. All right, Roseway Heights. Oh, I did want to say about the King program that those slots, we know that that families in that area aren't always ready to go for the lottery on February 3rd, which is when it starts, and then to turn in all that paperwork and meet all those criteria within our regular timeline. So one of the ways that we are removing barriers for families is that we will run the regular lottery, but we will hold all those seats so that we have time to recruit families throughout the spring and perhaps even into the summer. Oh, yes, and part of the piece that we believe we will be able to resolve is the lack of representation by African Americans in our dual language immersion programs. The recommendations call this out, that currently 11% of our students are African American, but only 2% of our students in DLI programs are African American. So we were very strategic in the way that we structured that lottery, so that that we can provide equitable access to all of our families. So in the Vietnamese program, we are proposing the establishment of a dual language program in Vietnamese for next year at Roseway Heights. The program would start with 2 kindergarten classrooms. Oops. And the model for the program is yet to be determined. We did receive a grant from ODE, and we have some advisors that come with that grant. We are eager to hear from them what their perspective and input is into the model that would be best for our startup program.
What do you mean by the model? You're talking about 50-50?
Thank you for, yeah, whether it would be a 50-50 or a 90-10. So whether kindergarten would start with 90% of the time in Vietnamese, or whether it would start with 50% of the time in Vietnamese.
Can I ask, just out of my own ignorance, is Vietnamese a phonetic language, or is it a character language?
It is a phonetic alphabet. It actually uses the Romanized alphabet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
See, there you go. I
With
had to check with Michael.
diacritics marks all over it because it's a tonal language.
She doesn't know.
Okay.
Question on the Vietnamese. On page 16, you have a list of who they met with. Now, on all the other 3 schools, you had met with staff at the school, but you don't show it here. Is that just a misprint?
No, that is not a misprint.
didn't meet with the
The
staff?
difficulty with the Vietnamese program has been in identifying a site. So our process for engaging communities is ongoing, and we are moving towards that. We have just identified a site for the Vietnamese program. The difficulty there has been that our Vietnamese community lives on that 82nd corridor, and that initially we were really following the children and trying to identify schools that had the most number of Vietnamese children. It turns out that those schools are also suffering from overcrowding, and so we really started moving down the schools and trying to see where we could find some space that would still meet the needs of the Vietnamese community and the priorities that that community had identified for us.
And when did we identify the site?
When did we identify the site?
2,
A week ago.
January 8th, or no, right? 2 weeks? January
It was
8th.
after the meeting. Maybe it was around January 8th.
So it's just been since Christmas. And when is our meeting to meet? When is your meeting scheduled to meet with that staff?
I don't have that scheduled.
Okay. You don't have it scheduled, or?
Nope.
You haven't scheduled a meeting with the staff at Roseway Heights?
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay, so the final recommendation is around the St. John's program, and that is to establish a St. John's Spanish immersion program with one kindergarten class at Sitten and one kindergarten class at James John. And we heard from the community, we heard a lot of different perspectives. The Latino parents were very, very much wanting immersion access for their children. We heard a lot of sadness from this community that they had many children that would not be able to participate in any program that we would open up. And we heard a lot of concerns about starting an immersion program that would be completely new. We know that in order to start immersion programs, we have to have them large enough so that they're viable still in middle schools, in the middle grades. So starting one at Sitten and one at James John feels like the right balance. They will be meeting at George and provide a robust program. So because of the space constraints at both of those schools, and really the desire of the community as well, both of these programs will be neighborhood programs only. So these schools really do not have space to take on transfer students. And this is also a really good fit, again, because of the barriers that we have identified to our traditional lottery process, because they will be remaining at the neighborhood side. We'll be able to recruit families throughout the spring. And these two schools will run a lottery that will be in the spring. So I want to share with you a few ways that we're increasing access through all of our programs. Families will not be required to attend the mandatory meeting in order to apply. So traditionally, families have had to attend the meeting before they could apply, and now what we're saying is, yes, please attend the meeting. We still have all of those scheduled, but they don't have to have attended in order to apply. Once they apply, the winners, the people who do get a seat in the lottery, then will need to participate in a mandatory meeting, and we will be able to recruit and support those families in being able to attend. So that's a big one. We have a single definition of a native speaker throughout the district so that families don't feel like, well, my child's a native speaker at your school but not at your school. And we'll be removing all the mandatory language assessments of native speakers in the partner language. So what we found were that there were instances where we had children, sometimes immigrant children, maybe immigrated in the 3rd grade, and they were not able to get access to an immersion program, which would definitely be the best program for them because they weren't literate up to the 3rd grade level. So they were actually testing out and testing into monolingual environments where they didn't understand the language. And as I said, all of our DLI programs will be reserving slots for native speakers of partner language. All right, that is my presentation for you today. I'd love to take some questions.
Do we have additional questions that we didn't ask along the way? I have at least one.
I have one quick question. For the St. John's Spanish immersion programs, it sounds like those are going to be neighborhood programs, and that makes sense. For the Vietnamese program, it sounds like you've decided that you want that school, the Vietnamese school, to be part of a neighborhood program at Roseway Heights. You said it presents a better opportunity for students in the program to experience a rich educational program rather than a standalone immersion program. I get that. But the question I have is, you say that neighborhood or transfer students would have equal opportunity to participate. So if we're wanting a robust neighborhood experience, one of the bonuses often for a neighborhood school to accept an immersion program and have it in that, because it is difficult, challenging to have both. Why wouldn't we give an opportunity for Roseway Heights neighborhood kids to have
Preference?
Yeah.
Preference. There's a couple of things that, one in particular that we have learned through this process, and that is that when we put neighborhood preferences on these programs, we really affect the real estate values of homes in those neighborhoods.
In a positive way, usually.
In a positive way, but then the access is limited. We heard from the Woodstock families, a lot of the families that were not able to gain the neighborhood preference that exists in that program because they could not buy homes in that neighborhood, so a desire to have that preference, but an inability to access it because of the increased price. Now, I will say, though, that is where our thinking is today with this particular program. But as Director Buell has indicated, we have not talked with the staff at Roseway Heights, and we haven't talked with the current community at Roseway Heights. So that is definitely a piece that that might be adjusted. We have not set the lotteries for that one yet. So our hesitation is around the impact that we have on real estate and then on access for families. But
Okay. As long as it's an open discussion, I appreciate that.
yeah, it is.
Can I follow up on that? So you restrict the people within the neighborhood so that the houses don't go up, so the neighborhood kids can go there. Okay. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't.
We restrict the neighborhood so the neighborhood kids can go there, but we restrict them from going there so they can go, I don't.
No, we don't restrict neighborhood students from attending
Well,
the
no, but
immersion
you
programs.
put transfer kids in. That was your answer. That was your question, kind of, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was just asking
Robert?
why we wouldn't have some slots reserved for neighborhood kids.
Yeah, right. So,
General
but the
question.
reason we don't is we restrict them so that they stay in the neighborhood but still can't go. I'm, okay, it's fine. I'm just wondering about it. Okay, thank you.
Great work. And so now we've got these new programs. Not yet. Let's say we do. Let's say we do.
Thank you for your vote of confidence.
What do you worry about most in terms of executing so that these are the best programs?
What do I worry about most?
Another way of saying is,
yeah.
what are the keys to success so that we actually get it done in the right way?
Well, I think that through our racial equity work, one of the things we have identified is that the system is set right now with specific outcomes that are not equitable for our students, right? So we have an achievement gap and we have barriers to DLI programs right now. My fear always in all of this is that we will not be smarter than the system, and that in our best attempts to yield different results for historically underserved students, we won't do that, and we will actually perpetuate discrepancies. So I think that the only way to do that is to be smarter than Michael and I can be alone. So through engaging the communities, we've been able to come up with recommendations, particularly for the lottery and for the way and the places to expand that are much smarter than us and the people that we work with, and have really committed to continue engaging those communities and the teachers in those communities who know those communities best, in order to come up with a way of going about this that really, really will yield the results that we know immersion programs can have for all of our students.
Can I just say, thinking back to that resolution and just, appreciating, kind of seeing this arc of leadership from Carol and her staff in getting us to this point, which is so exciting. Despite the late hour, I know we're all kind of groggy, but this is really exciting. And so I just really appreciate that we've had a number of meetings over the last several years where we're saying we want more immersion, we want more, go faster, do it quicker, do this, why not, and now here we are, we're finally getting a big stride forward and hearing that there's more to come, and yet that you're doing it in this very, you've been doing it in a very thoughtful way that I think has give us very great chances for success. So I'm just thrilled and just grateful for the kind of the integrity and the achievement that we're seeing here. I just can't tell you how excited I am, even though I'm exhausted at the moment. So thank you, and I can't wait.
Can I hear real quickly how you hear at King, or what you and the community are imagining Because I'm hearing King as an immersion, Chinese immersion program coming from the community. They're currently an arts turnaround school. I'm not sure that we have settled on a sustainability plan for that as it sunsets its grant. It's also an IB school. That's a lot of stuff going on at one school to make sure that they all fit. Can you talk a little bit about how they fit there and how folks are feeling or imagining that?
Yes. Did you want to take that? No. Okay. Go ahead. Okay. That is, we did hear that from the community and from the principal, from the parents in that that community. What we heard from parents was that they really liked that IB. They talked about that in particular. They were concerned that that the arts program was based on grants, and so it was going to go away. And their concern was that the immersion program would be the same way. So it took a lot of communication on our part to share with them that immersion programs aren't grant-based or grant-funded, but that they really continue. Another aspect of the IB connection is that a second language is required, and this program would be able to do that. It would maintain a second language. We heard too from the Latino parents at King that they wanted to maintain the Spanish world language, which they currently have. So we have assured them that we'll be able to do that. I think that the things that the programs at King, like the arts and the IB, are, in my mind, such easy integrations with dual language immersion programs. I think that they will require some intentionality and definitely some professional development, but I think that the opportunity to provide our students with biliteracy and a bicultural experience at King is too great to shy away from it, just because it presents additional challenges. Does that help?
That partnership with Head Start is, I mean,
Yeah.
it's just huge, and just learning
Yeah.
that program existed, and that, my understanding, if I recall correctly, is that none of those children were able to get into the Woodstock Mandarin program. So, oh my gosh, here I just learned about that fairly recently. So to hear that you're coming forth that we're actually going to fix that is it's just, I'm thrilled.
And is it an appropriate takeaway that from what I think you just said, was that it is possible that a student could come out of King as trilingual? That they would be English in the Spanish immersion program, English speaking or Chinese speaking in the.
Michael's saying yes.
And then taking world language of Spanish.
Okay. Yes.
Wow.
No.
Okay,
Actually,
great.
yes, it is.
Now we're talking.
Yes.
Any other comments,
Yeah,
Director Reagan?
When I'm talking with people around the country, like when I'm at the National School Board Association or other opportunities, there's two things I talk about often about Portland Public Schools. Well, actually, really three. Our capture rate is a big one that I talk about. But the other two I talk about is the equity work we're doing. It just wows people when they hear about the equity work we're doing. And then the other one I talk about is the immersion programs that we do, and the fact that now we will have 6 different languages. If you include our French charter school, French-speaking charter school, I mean, we actually have 6 different languages now that we are doing in Portland Public Schools. It's absolutely amazing. So the one thing I just don't want to leave this conversation without at least mentioning is clearly the emphasis right now is to be doing more and more immersion programs because of the incredibly huge impact it has for our emerging bilingual students, and that makes sense. At the same time, we have a whole lot of other students who are just wanting to learn a second language, and the best time to learn that is starting preschool or kindergarten and on up. And so I don't want to, I know that we're hitting some of those students, but I think there's a whole lot of other students that over time, I hope we're going to be able to hit as well in terms of, maybe eventually having all of our schools be immersion programs of some kind, but.
That's what they were hoping you said, that they were leading you to be able to ask for that, so they could say, great, we're there.
But
Well,
I do
it's
want to
such an
say,
incredible, I have a kid right now who's in Bilbao, Spain. He's taking all of his courses in Spanish. He didn't have the opportunity to go through this, but we as parents forced him to take world language as his electives all the way through middle school. And, thankfully it's paying off and he had the interest to continue it. But every student should have the opportunity to be bilingual, and if we really want our kids to be world citizens, we have to move in that direction.
Absolutely.
That's been the conversation. Oh, sorry.
I do want to clarify, though, that most students in our immersion programs are not English language learners, and that our immersion programs are reserve half the slots for students who are learning that language for the first time. So while
No, I
we
just want to, I know that I'm
Okay.
so supportive of the whole,
Okay.
emerging bilingual and how we can support them in the most appropriate ways. I just want to say I want
comes
this
down
to
to
expand to
more,
all students.
more.
you want me to expand that to all students? Got it.
I'm just gonna say, like, Bob, I think it's a great vision for us. I mean, it is remarkable as a public school district that we are doing the kind of dual language that we're doing. And it would be an awesome vision to be saying we're
Yeah.
doing that with every student, yeah.
Well, and that's the conversation, some of the conversation at SACIT as well, has been just the excitement about that possibility and the vision.
And before we wrap up, I just want to just express my gratitude and excitement for the leadership that you two have demonstrated in doing the preparation. It's been really awesome. And the extensive community and participation and involvement, because it's been extraordinary, just how much has happened in a really short window of time. And I've just heard really good feedback from people too, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we leave this conversation, I also want to highlight for my colleagues, we got a one-pager that has color on it. Because I don't want us to be all excited about this and then have a budget discussion and leave it high and dry. That it's very clearly laid out what essential requirement investment would be to do this program as recommended, which would be $400,000 roughly. To do it adequately would be $639,500 about, and fully supported would be $800,000. And in the spirit of Director Curler, there's not a fourth column that says best in the nation, which might be beyond the fully supported. You might want to figure out what that column also says, but I just want to acknowledge that we're going to have some choices in our budget decision, and as we go through the process of approving this and moving forward, that becomes a budget decision. And at what level we're going to do it. Are we going to do it essential, or are we going to do it adequately or fully?
And that would come out of that district-wide centrally supported category that you were looking at, that was 3.8 million.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been great fun. Thank you.
We will now, an hour and a half after our allotted time, consider our business agenda. Ms. Houston, are there any changes to our business agenda? No. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the business agenda?
So moved.
Director Adkins moves and Director Knowles seconds the adoption of the business agenda. Ms. Houston, is there any public comment on the business agenda?
No.
Is there any board discussion on the business agenda? Director Buell?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion after you're done with the business agenda. And if you're not going to let me make the motion, I'd like to ask for I'd like to challenge that.
Okay.
I don't want just slapping it down right at the end.
Is there any board discussion on the business agenda? Nope. The board will now vote on the business agenda. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes. Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? The business agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0. Student Representative Davidson voting? Yes. Director Buell?
Yes, I'd like to make the following motion. I'd like to declare an emergency and designate Beverly Cleary at Holyrood as a nut-free school.
Second the motion.
The chair rules that the motion is out of order.
Point of
As it's not on
information.
our agenda.
Point of information.
Director Buell?
So we're going to vote first on whether or not this motion's out of order. If we vote yes, then the motion can be taken, and then we would vote again on the motion. Is that everybody straight? So there'd be two votes?
So there will first be a vote on whether or not the chair's, first the chair's ruling would need to be challenged.
Which I did. I'm sorry. Challenge it.
Okay. Well, you got a point of information. You can challenge after I explain.
Okay.
So it's been ruled out of order. That if there's a challenge to that, then there would be a vote on whether that challenge, whether the chair's ruling is upheld. If the chair's ruling is upheld and that it is in fact out of order, then the
There'd be
motion
no
would be,
motion,
there'd
right,
be,
okay.
the motion would be
And
lost.
the yes is to uphold the order and no is to not uphold? So no
So
would be to have the possibility of making this motion?
The question that will be put before the board will be whether or not the motion of the chair is correct. So a yes would mean that it would uphold that the motion is out of order, and we would then not vote on the motion. Does that explain it?
Yeah, that's great. Could I ask that we pull the board, please?
Can we what?
Ask that we pull the, you know, that everybody says how.
You
to
want
vote.
a roll call at the end?
Roll call, yes.
Sure. So we're at the point where the chair has ruled that the motion is out of order. I think I heard Director.
Can you explain why the motion's out?
Sure. So the motion isn't on the agenda, it didn't go through the process of being set on the agenda, and so therefore the motion's out of order. Director Buell, this is where you would challenge it if you want to challenge it.
Yeah, challenge. Thank you. I was going to talk to it, but you don't get to talk to it.
You don't get to talk to it.
Okay.
So the question to the board is whether or not the ruling of the chair that the motion is out of order is upheld. All those in favor, and Ms. Houston, I'll ask you to call roll. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes when your name is called for roll.
Director Atkins? Yes. Co-Chair Belial?
Yes.
Director Buell?
I've tried to get this on. I'm going to, and it hasn't been allowed to be on. That's why it brought me this forward.
Director
I've asked
Buell?
that it be on, and I'm voting no.
Co-Chair Knowles?
Yes.
Director Curler?
No.
Director Morton?
Yes.
Director Regan?
No.
The motion is lost. The next meeting of the board will be held on January 27th, 2014. This meeting of the board is now adjourned.
Thank you.